you can have aboard a ship named
Isn't it
after
like
people.
washing the deck?
Yeah, it's named after people who swap the deck.
Yeah. You do a lot of miscellaneous tasks. Like, I believe you pump out things like bilges or what's another thing swabs would do? I don't know. I know bilges, especially in old ships, because they had to pump the water out.
Hear me
because
out.
The ships weren't perfectly watertight.
If it's not related to the rigging, swab probably doesn't.
Fair.
There aren't that many positions you guys can have.
Congratulations, this is Walmart and you're a sales associate.
Ouch.
Okay. In case I'm sure there's people here who don't know about this. I've had a habit recently of waiting until session 2 to talk about it. It looks like we're all here, so I'm gonna ask that everyone just rolls a straight up D20 from the bottom left. Whoever rolls the highest, if there is a tiebreaker is the person who rolls last. That person needs to do a recap for the session. You can only do a recap for a session if you haven't done it the week before. In this case, everyone is eligible. Every week for which you haven't done a recap, you can add a +1 modifier to your roll if you remember. I don't expect you to, but there are reasons you might want to do the recap, and that's a way to help you get that recap. Incentive for doing a good recap doesn't necessarily mean an accurate recap. I've had people roll for recaps that weren't here the week before, and then they gave a very entertaining recap for which I awarded them the boon you get if you do a good recap. Example though, you can do the recap well without giving us an if you do a recap that I and the rest of the group are happy with, then you can re-roll a die at any point during the session before the has been covered. The two exceptions to that being attack rolls and damage rolls, because we always see those immediately after you roll them. Like today, David will be our recap. So if you would like, David, have the floor.
All right. So, last session began with all of us waking up in what is the hold of a ship. None of us quite sure how we got there, but we were very quickly awoken and ushered onto the deck, where a wonderful man named Mr. Scourge chained us all to the mast and proceeded to flog us for being late getting to work. Whereupon Mr. Scourge took a particular interest in Rebecca. After that, we were greeted by the captain, who informed us that he doesn't like us speaking to him, and he'll probably never speak to us. Shortly thereafter, we were given some basic rules for the ship, such as don't murder anyone, always follow your orders, and if not, we were probably going to be turned into human meat pies. Which was promptly followed up by what was supposed to be a rigging contest to see who would be pretty good at rigging, which turned into a Cirque du Soleil performance audition with how many times we went up and down and got caught, which we did pretty well. Wherein Lavinia and I believe it was Avon won the contest.
Mm-hmm.
Along with a red-haired girl that not most of the party hasn't met yet. Following this, the rest of the party, who was pretty much unconscious at that point, were dragged off to be seen by the doctor while Avon and Lavinia performed their duties in the rigging, which they did pretty well at. Afterwards, below deck, we finally got an opportunity to meet the crew and make friends, or in Lavinia's case, make enemies, because that's just the kind of person she is. And the red-haired woman, at the closing of the session, implied we might mutiny. And I think that's everything for the recap.
Thought it was pretty good. How does everyone else feel?
Pretty
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, you got your reroll. Important thing to note with this reroll is you can only use it this session, so don't forget about it.
Can't wait to re-roll a will save.
That is a good use.
I have a +0 to those.
Hey, I do too.
Ouch. That sounds like pain and suffering.
Well, sometimes you dump wisdom. And that's an adventure.
Okay, so we did leave off with a lady who is still yet to introduce herself to a few of you, suggesting a mutiny. That was the last thing that happened, so I'll leave the floor open to the other two that were a part of this conversation.
Okay. I take a look. Ava takes one quick gander at Rebecca and be like, "Oh, by the way, I don't believe we've introduced. Name's Avon. What's yours?"
Rebecca.
A pleasure to meet you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Sorry, people don't usually say that to me. Hi. And Rebecca like awkwardly extends her hand for a handshake. So like the majority of her body's just like sort of leaning away from Avon even as she does it.
And Ava just confidently blows in and just gives her a nice, firm shake. Charmed. I hope
Rebecca
you're not.
sort of has just like an awkward like half smile, half frown, just sort of like a whole like, oh yeah, kind of like polite. Yeah, like a half polite smile sitting on her face.
Do hope you're not intimidated by my appearance. I promise you I don't bite.
Oh no, I've seen weirder. Not implying you're weird, but I mean, yeah, you kind of are. You're quite different from the majority of people I've seen, but you're not the weirdest looking person I've seen. So I guess that's okay.
The other woman next to you, Avon, says, We were in Port Peril, so there were definitely a few men that were weirder than or her.
Yeah. I know my long hair is kind of gives it a little deceptive, but I assure you I am of the male variety.
She smirks. I guess I should probably give you a descriptor of this character now that you've established that a bit of a dialogue. She has a little past shoulder length, dark red hair, wearing a very low cut blouse, tattoos all over both of her arms. Has very tight, mostly leather clothing, some loose black fabric for and her. Then she has like a corset on that's made out of this nice looking leather and a bunch of pouches and buckles, as well as gloves that look like a nice dueling sword off to her side. Yeah, she's one of the few characters that has something they have for all of the people brought on ship. Which is interesting because, like, hypothetically, none of them are important. But by the same merit, all of them can be important.
Yeah, I was about to say all of them are potentially important.
It's a very busy
Neat.
piece of art for someone you're not trying to fight.
Right? Like has like the magic hand The pipe's neat. The pipe's a neat touch. It's like, yeah, I'm a spell sword and I'm fighting you, but like I also don't care at the same time because I'm that much better than you.
She does have that air of confidence, don't she?
Yeah.
You
Good.
haven't earned the right to face my sword.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
that
shall
kind of
fight you
thing.
with this pipe instead.
Yeah, no, that definitely seems like someone who inspires confidence when she says, "Yeah, let's do a mutiny."
Okay.
I guess a thing worthy of note, if you guys didn't pick up on it, she does have an amulet of the Jolly Roger.
Would I be able to do a no, never mind. I don't have that trained.
But
Is it possible a DC 10, like a result on a 10 on a religion check would associate that with Besmara?
I feel like you would know that with where this
Okay,
campaign started. I feel like everyone would know
gotcha.
that. That would have to
Just
be an
wanted to make
active decision to not know that.
Okay, just wanted to make sure to see if I needed to do anything to know that. Cool. Cool.
No, I assume that like common gods and gods that are really prominent are gods that you guys have less there you or me to believe otherwise.
Can you post the image of the I think it was a halfling?
Yeah, if you go into the images you can find it.
Oh, okay.
Sidebar for that. Any of the images I've shared with you, be it maps, pictures, you can go find in the images tab. I think I've actually shared quite a bit off screen because it's just like random stuff, not like directly in the campaign, just piratey stuff. So if you want some stuff in there, I think like here's an example. I got a picture of Besma herself. Bunch of stuff in there. I don't think I did share the picture of the halfling woman. I just gave you
No,
a
the
description of.
You
The
showed the
dude.
gnome and her, but not the halfling.
Oh, it's the gnome. There we go. That's what I was
Yeah, the
looking for.
gnome. If you, it's CONCOB.
Conchabar.
Yeah, so that'll pull it up if you type that in.
Yeah, I don't think I gave you an image of Rose. I can.
Cockbar small stones.
Yes, Conchabar, the very peggable gnome.
Very dandy.
That's Rosie.
Right.
She looks like she's just as ready to play the violin and smack you over the face with it.
Obvious notes being that she doesn't have like scarf, violin, or the axe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she had her
Yeah.
stuff taken too. All right.
Yeah,
like-
because pretty much all of us did.
Yeah, the only person who has their stuff is Sandara, even though she hasn't introduced herself to you guys yet.
If you click the image of rolls aboard a pirate ship, it's just some chick.
But an image you guys have access to?
Rolls aboard a pirate ship, and it's just some female
Oh,
I
with
don't know what
a
you're talking
mechanical
about.
arm.
yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
that is a link I have that has an image associated with it. I have no clue who she is, and she's not tied to the story as far as I can tell.
Interesting.
I presumably
Okay.
what I would assume is she's one of the like I don't remember their official titles. I think it's like the high captains or something like that. One of the important captains in the setting. I assume she's one of them. But if that's the case, it's like something you guys could know, and I have no clue who it is, so whatever. Cool picture you guys can see of a pirate.
Yeah.
Can I roll for charisma to see if I have a wet dream about her?
No, that's not how it works.
Okay.
charisma. That feels like a failed constitution.
I think it'd be a
feels-
failed will followed by a failed constitution. But that's
Personally,
besides the point.
I feel like it's something you should keep. Step past what we're looking for here. Here's actually a good one that like doesn't immediately jump out. Definitely supposed to be. That's the picture associated with the text when it tells me about you guys getting kidnapped in the night, even though like these are definitely not the pirates who kidnapped you.
Pretty cool.
Oh, hey, that's the iconic halfling there.
Think
The iconic
iconic
Cavalier.
fighter? Cavalier?
No, it's the Cavalier.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know most of the iconics. I can like reliably list maybe half a dozen. And none of them by name. I don't know. Hold on. The iconic barbarian. I'm pretty sure she's the same one as the one in Kingmaker, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hanamara? Is that it?
That's right.
What?
I know the iconic paladin is Saley.
Paladin.
That's
Steven's having a.
Bit of a communication issue.
Sounds like it. You good now?
it was lagging pretty hard earlier.
Yeah, it was. I was gonna say
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
hello.
Okay, great. Now audio is finally working again.
Yeah.
Some kind of connection issue, presumably.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Like, what causes that on Discord? Because this is like the one app I use for like verbal communication that'll do that sometimes keep you connected, but people will just stop hearing you, stop hearing them.
I don't know.
It's
Irritating,
fine
though.
either way. We're here. We're all alive.
Yep.
We're all playing Pathfinder.
Yes. Yes.
You're down here somewhere. Oh, maybe just for consistency's sake, you didn't know it, you can right-click the map. There's a bunch of different options there for you guys. The one that I'm going to ask you guys to use here is the pointer option. Click on that. There'll be a bunch of different shapes you can make on the map if you ever need to calculate something like distance or the aura of an effect, be it magical or otherwise. I'm going to ask that you guys all make squares of the 5-foot variety and clean up all your other messes once you're done playing with it. And then put them to the top right of whatever bed it was you claimed last week.
I can't see any maps, by the way.
No?
Map is dark for us.
Oh, yeah.
Me at least.
It's default dark. That's one.
I
about?
was able to get. I pulled the map images off, but I can't see them. So
Here, what about that? Is that better?
There it is. Much
Shit.
better.
all right.
I believe it was. Oh, shoot, that's too much. I believe mine was.
All I remember is that Avian and Rebecca were next to each other.
Okay.
So should I claim a bed, or
Claire, you got the one on the left or the right? I'm trying to remember which side you were on.
As an example, if I was going to claim a bed, just so it's clean, I would choose the top right of a bed. Like,
okay? So should I claim a bed?
yeah, everyone should.
Okay. Is it the drawing? I don't know what you're. I don't see. Oh, there's pointer. Okay.
Pointers and draw square.
Ah, damn it.
believe if you click and hold your square, you can also move it around.
Yeah, there's like if you hover over your shape, there'll be a little square that pops up in the center of it. That's the place that you from. Look at all these fancy colors. Definitely
Huh.
see
So
some.
many colors.
So. Okay,
Wait, so how
where-
do you move it again?
If you hover over it, you'll see like a little square in the dead center of it pop up.
Oh, okay. There we go. That'll be fine.
Cool. Spaces for everyone.
Yay.
Huzzah.
It's center of the bedroom.
Yay, we have beds.
Beds are nice. Well, hammocks, but yes, places to sleep. I couldn't imagine
Yes.
falling asleep in a hammock on a ship. It just sounds like it would suck. Very picky about.
You get
I
used
hear
to it.
hammocks are like beautiful to sleep on. But I've never
You get
actually laid
used
on
to
one.
it.
Like hammocks as a kid, like just sit, but not on a ship. And again, the biggest vessel I think I've been on 12 feet long. It's not that big. Putting a hammock on it wouldn't be
bigger bed.
practical.
I mean, bigger ships, very different.
And with that, the redheaded woman in front of you. Let's see how many more times I can get away with saying that. You'll kind of sneak off back to her bed in a polite way. Go relax in her hammock. See her put her hat back down. Dialogue between.
Well, considering Rebecca seemed pretty nervous to have Avid come up and just greet her. At this point, he's going to wait for her to make the first move. So he'll just start making his way back to his hammock as well.
Perfect. I'm going to substitute their rest night
shoot.
with
I
an
beat it.
action.
Not me.
Don't think so.
I won't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Rebecca's too busy fumbling with the crossbow.
I am going to make the assumption from here on out that unless that you guys aren't doing anything any point when I skip past that section, feel free to be like, "Hey Jacob, I'm actually not." It might come up, it might not. I've seen some groups where they never do it. I saw a group where there was a guy who like tried avoiding sleep for like 3 days in a row before it caught up to him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I'm guessing there was some bad fatigue in the end.
Yeah. And he was really bad at his job too, so it was worse. It ended up with him in the sweat box.
Ooh.
It ended up with him almost dying due to entirely like sleep exhaustion and weather effects.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was sneaking around on the ship trying to steal from people. One of those people was the captain.
Oh,
Nice.
Good idea.
My kind of man.
So he got
All
put in
right.
a-
process to those kind of things. Damn it.
He was smart though. If he'd have just been, his situation could have been a lot worse. That could have ended up with his death multiple times. He was dumb in what he was doing, but in his execution of most of it, he was very smart. He ended up with a very mild punishment for the things he did.
Okay. Well, let's try to emulate the mild punishments.
I have all of the faith in you guys that I've placed in pre-existing.
0.
That was what I was gonna say.
Okay, you guys wake up the next morning. I know a few of you know who to report to. There's a few more of you that don't, but I assume that you're all going to get up and go up on decks when the bell rings and the rest of the crew begins to head upstairs.
Yeah, Linalis is going to get up and make straight for the straight for the stairs. She has no interest in getting whipped.
I'll make my way promptly to the deck.
Same.
Rebecca will lag behind just a little bit, as she's just making sure like she has all of her stuff and no one took it while she was asleep. She's just sort of going through things before heading out.
Yeah, actually something worthy of note for you guys is that there are lockers next to the heads of all of your hammocks that you're in. So if you want to put stuff in, you can. Don't have any locks though. I don't know how helpful that makes it for anyone, but if you want, you do have a place to store your items, so they don't have to be on you.
But right now we don't have much in the way of items.
That's fair.
Storing my 4 copper pieces. Drake's gonna go upstairs, just at a normal, if slightly delayed pace, just deep in thought about something.
Okay. Does anyone here recall the fat man that stopped you or like brought you guys up yesterday?
He was a dwarf, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the fat dwarf with the big nose, right?
Yes. He doesn't sleep that far away from you guys. He actually sleeps in front of the ship. To be fair, there isn't anyone who's not an officer that sleeps far away from you guys. That's kind of the whole point of a base like this.
Yeah, it's a communal crew quarters.
Think start the day with that fat dwarf and a few other people stopping all of you as you try and make your way towards the stairs. They're letting everyone like they waited for everyone else to get past, kind of stopped you guys. Not making any comments. Just definitely trying to impede your move.
So, okay. So they're in the way, and they aren't letting us by.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
It's
Literally says-
Jaundice Japes, that dwarf, and then another pirate that none of you have met up to this point.
all right. Well, Literally is going to glare at the big nosed dwarf and get get out of my way. And try to stare him down to intimidate him moving. Well, get out of my way, or I will make you, and you won't like it if I do.
Yeah, give me an intimidate check. The dwarf moved to the side, looking back at Jaundice Japes, and he just says, "Well, boys, Better watch out. Someone like that. He kind of just lifts his hand up to kind of get out of your way. Starts acting
Very
like
quickly.
Linley's doesn't.
I quickly slide in behind him so that there's no way that he'll get back in my way as he moves forward.
But yeah.
He gets, yeah.
So Linley's will move past the big nosed guy and jaundiced Jape. What's the big nosed guy's name? Tate? I think. I'm sorry.
I don't think I've given you his name yet.
Okay. Big nosed dwarf. There's jaundiced Japes, who's the yellow orc. Okay. So we move past the yellow orc. We move past jaundiced Japes and big nosed dwarf. She'll just sort of nod at him and go by.
The third person, woman kind of in the back, gives you this what terrifying smile. Mostly because of like the fiendish look mixed with the lack of a few. Doesn't seem quite right.
Well, Annalise will just smile back and revealing that her teeth are rather pointed. She just sort of smiles back, and sort of nods, and walks by.
The dwarf looks over at the rest of the group, specifically Drake. And he says, "Don't let the little lady get ahead of you all. She might actually, what do you think, boys, be worth something?" The two behind little dwarf start laughing.
Sure. I'll do a, can I do a sense motive check to see if they had ill intentions in mind? Would that be sense motive?
That's not really how sense motive works, but I'll let you.
Sweet.
Could I
Damn.
could I maybe try my hand just to get a bead on their personality?
That's not at all how sense motive.
Oh. Well,
That's so
it's
far
worth a
removed
try.
from that I will not let that happen.
Oh,
So,
fine.
so Linelise has made it past them. What about and Lavina said she was tagging like right behind Linelise? They let her
Correct.
through, or okay.
It's at this point, it's Avon, Dreek, and Rebecca.
I'm just gonna walk past. Drake has his mind focused on other things and isn't interested in whatever this strange lot has or wants with him.
Yeah, and Rebecca's much the same. She's just, like I said, lagging a little behind everyone else.
Let the two of you walk past.
I'm probably gonna try to. I'm gonna look at it and be like, "Oh well, time to get to rigging. Wake up, wait up, Lavina." Just kind of jaunt past.
You as you past Avon, the dwarf yells out so that the rest of you can. Don't be too late. I hear most of you are ending up with Master Scourge.
Oh, that's great.
We'll see you
Thanks
on the
for letting us
decks.
know.
Can I? Yeah, whatever. Never mind.
Man says he's busy to worry about this, then contemplates about not being.
Contemplates whether he's not actually too busy.
Well, I was gonna like offhandedly shoot something back and be like, "Well, actually, I'm his best friend." As I walk away.
Oh, right, because you tried to dance for Master Scourge. And then tried to diplomacy Master Scourge.
Actually, we're best buddies.
Shared the main deck, organizing us in right now, riggers and non-riggers.
Yay.
What? Last little side note I'm going to do anytime in the near future. It's more of a question than a note. What is your art from, Alex? Because it looks familiar to me.
I don't know.
Is it? I feel like it's like Resident Evil or like Dark Souls or something like that. Like it's something in that vein. Maybe I'm just getting like a
Probably.
tonal vibe.
Probably. I was like, this kind of represents what I'm going for.
So, yeah. Cool.
So you guys get sent up on decks, and Lavina and Avon are both going to be getting their task this morning, at the same time as Rebecca, Freak, and is how do you pronounce your new character's name?
Linelise.
Linelise?
Yeah.
Okay, Linelise. Rebecca, Dreek, and Linelise are all going to be getting their jobs. And what's going to happen is the three of you are going to be shuffled over, brought over, probably by the dwarf and a few other people. Not all of them being the same three that you saw down there. You'll end up being brought over to Master Scourge and Mr. Plug and waiting for Master Scourge to out all of his task. Plug is just, and then the three of you assigned some of your task.
Right.
You would think so.
Indeed.
Side note, I found the art.
Yeah. Well, if you want to throw it in
Yeah.
Discord, I'll check it out later.
There we go.
So you're all lined up, the three of you up front. Probably half a dozen crew members outside of the two officers watching on, waiting to see what you're being. Well, pretty much everyone else is working. I'd assume a few of those crew members would be Lavina. And maybe it. Here's what I like: the idea of it being all of the new crew members set up here to watch final three of you. Mr. Plug starts pacing slowly in front of the three, looking you all up and down, appraising you. After a few moments of this, can any of the three of you cook a proper meal?
I mean, I can, sir.
Speak up, Swab.
I was a
Sir, I can
professional
cook.
chef.
I
Nothing
can
mind.
cook a meal, sir. Used to do so at the where I grew up. I cooked a lot of the meals for myself and my siblings.
Cooked, nothing raw, correct?
Nothing wrong. It was cooked food.
Perfect. You're the cook's mates now. Please go down to the mid deck. Door on the farthest end and recruit to Amber's group. The ship's cook. You'll be the cook's mate.
Sure. Uh, right away. Again, Rebecca, like the second, like as she's walking away, and Plug turns his back. Rebecca will wave a Kachibar a second time.
Perfect. And I'm going to start reorganizing some. I have the riggers up there. We'll have the cook's mate right there in the middle. He looks over Freak and I forgot how to say your character.
Linelise.
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 Linelise. Okay, I can do that. Linelise. Looks
It's like the
over at
song for Elise, but lint.
Well, there's no
Good
T in
part.
there, but
Yeah.
yes.
two of you are going to be swabs. Report to Master Scourge as soon as we're done. Then he
Then Elise will nod.
paces behind the two of and you like just hear him, whether or not you're looking, you hear him stop for a moment as he just like abouts the right hand side of you guys. And he says, "Done." You see the rest of the crew that was watching, most of them begin to take off.
So he's already left.
He said that he's done, that we're done. So I think that means we're supposed to go find Master Scourge.
Yeah, Master Scourge and Mr. Plug are still here. It's the rest of the crew.
Alright, well, then Elise is going to go over and stand in front of Master Scourge.
Drake's gonna ask this fat bastard a question. And he's gonna ask him
Keeping in mind that you're next to Master Scourge right now, like he's probably
oh,
like 10 feet away from you. Remember, he was part of this. Like, him and Mr. Plug are still here. They're waiting for you to go over and get orders from Master Scourge.
I guess he's in earshot. Alright, I'm just gonna go to Master Scourge.
Never assume you're alone. And the two of you run over there, and Master Scourge, with his trademark shitty ass smile, eyes the two of you up and down and says, "Today, much like the rest of the blokes I already sent off on their lovely task, you'll be doing some basic work." Starts scratching, or like stroking part of his beard. A D6 from both guys.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Nice.
Multiple threes.
Nice. So today, this is perfect. Well, I've already given all of the simple task to the rest of the crew. So we'll give you something back-breaking. That's what we'll call it. We're going to be swabbing the decks. You haven't guessed it yet. You're both swabs.
Wait, can I do a diplomacy check? And say that he's got a mighty fine beard there. I'm highly impressed.
Yeah, give me a diplomacy
Trying to
check.
improve his attitude.
Yeah. Gave you a moment to speak. Yesterday, I picked up that a few of you new recruits are a little simple in the brain. You don't know what I'm asking you to do. I'll make it clear one time. You're gonna go grab some sandstone blocks. Ask any of the crew, they're called Holy Stones. You're gonna scrub the deck all day. Till your hands bleed, your water runs dry.
Did he not respond to my comment?
No.
Oh.
Literally looks at Drake, sort of laughs a bit under her breath, and goes, "Go get the holy stones." She understands. She knows what this is. She's done this particular task before.
And then Drake just sort of looks at her and shrugs with a sheepish little smile and goes.
As a note here, Alex, this isn't me. Like, I know you really rolled like really high. This isn't picking on you or anything. Kind of just mean it as a way to express that. And if you get a really high roll, that doesn't necessarily happen. Or if you don't get a response, doesn't necessarily.
Okay.
If I ask you to roll, that means that chance of something happening about 99% of the time. Not a fan of pointless rolls. There are the occasional exception to that. Normally, it's if someone says they're going to roll without knowing that they actually can. If they just say, I'm going to roll, I might let you roll and then just deal with that if you ahead of the gun. The other exception is every now and then I just want to scare you guys. I can use a.
So sometimes we'll be making pointless rolls.
Like I said, 99% of the time that I ask for a roll, I would
No,
say,
but if we say we're doing a roll,
Might not do something potentially.
yeah. If you're jumping the gun, every now and then I'll let you know where it is, but it's very rare. I
So,
don't believe in pointless rolls. I think every roll has a point.
So,
Okay.
at what point should I just give a description of what Linolist looks like?
As it normally is, whenever you feel like it. Appropriate time, then it's the time.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess I'll wait then. I don't know if this is the right time. I guess I already brought it up, so I might as well just give the descriptions. So, alright. Linolist is a tall, and somewhat imposing woman with golden tinted skin and silvery white hair. She has two wings that emerge from her back that are leathery and are tattered in places, and some of it looks like it might not be natural tattering, and then right now she's wearing a outfit that's mostly red. It's fairly practical for being on a ship, though it looks like it looks like something's supposed to be worn over it. Something she does not currently have.
Like you're in the same boat most people are.
Yep.
Okay. We will then jump
Oh,
over.
and she also has a tail, which I forgot to read off because I'm dumb. She also has a a fairly long tail that has scales on it, and that seems like it, and that yeah, she's got a fairly long and scaled tail that is mostly white in color.
Personally, I thought you were like intentionally hiding that, like that wasn't something innately obvious on.
Oh, well then maybe that's actually probably better. Yeah, the tail's not obvious. We're gonna just go with that.
It doesn't have to be, right? Like you can
Yeah.
have clothes that aren't not. You don't have to have clothes that are tailored to have your tail be obvious.
That is true, actually. Yeah, you probably wouldn't see the tail. You do see the wings. You don't see the tail. You see the wings. You see the skin, the hair. Oh, and when she opens her mouth, you can see that her teeth are serrated and pointed. Fun.
Got a little hint.
Yes.
We'll jump back over to Rebecca. I don't think I've made it clear where you're going with like the maps I've given you. There is like a middle deck that we brought up last session.
Oh, yeah, I
That's
got that
the
saved up.
intended place for you to end up. I'm not gonna move you down there. I will show the middle deck when it's, but I don't think we. Basically, I'm gonna go down a flight of stairs and then head over to the far end of the ship. There's a door you can go open up, actually. Mostly because there's normally that come in.
All
Guess
right.
wouldn't know that at this point. Oh,
Is it the door I was told to go into?
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do a little light tap on it, just sort of like a forewarning before opening it.
Okay. Yeah, you don't get a response. As a note, I will be
All right.
doing my best to use nautical terms, but I expect to be messing them a while.
All right. But yeah, so opening the door. What's inside?
Like a really fucking chaotic kitchen is the answer. And so you open her on up, and inside is this kitchen that's just covered in like half a dozen chickens that are just roaming around freely, with about just as many sitting inside of mostly open cages. There's a goat like standing on top of a barrel that's trying to shove like a box over, and it's just a mess of like storage and other items in a kitchen in a bunch of different places that shouldn't be. And over by the like stove that you guys are using, will be using, this big fat man with his back turned to you, like a white shirt with like a traditional looking slouched off to the side, very old like chef's hat. You open the door, you can hear the sound of whatever kind of mix he's making, washing around in there, burps and like fish of whatever, drinking straight from the bottle as he turns towards you. You see this middle-aged man just covered in blood. When he turns around, a small little chicken hops up that you hadn't seen before from right in front of the pot he was next to, just hops up onto it. And he points a hand out, even though he's like pretty far away from you, and points his hand out towards you, trying to shake, but he doesn't send it. He says,
Um, oh,
"What are you doing down here, swab?"
so Rebecca just gives a tired sigh, recomposes herself, puts on a polite smile, and goes, I was sent to report to you. I'm you're the cook's mate now, I was told."
Ah, Captain finally got sick of my stew, eh? Well, mm, look around the place, get yourself acquainted with it. When you're done, come back to me, and we'll get you cooking.
Yes, sir.
Roll me a percentile die.
Percentile, you got it.
Awesome.
Roll something sweet, Rebecca.
So if you want to give me a perception check, now that you have like time to look, I'll give you some more details, maybe some juicy ones if you roll high enough.
Nice. So she's just internally taxing the entire situation. Hey.
Okay. Yeah. Now that you have time to look around the room, it's not just your first quick impression. Turns out there's actually multiple goats in here. You just had to move around the mess and the thing to realize there's actually none of them are tied up. They just walk around doing whatever it's like they want in here. There's definitely cages for them. They're not in them. Looks like it's about a score of chickens. Like I said, that was pretty obvious. Most of them same place. There's the stove I was talking about. It's definitely lit. Multiple large cauldrons. Turns out all of them bubbling right now. Looks like it should be enough food for everyone in the crew, assuming they're filled appropriately. There's just the biggest array of spices you see amongst the entirety of this kitchen. They're on tops of like barrels that are denoted for rainwater. couple of them that are probably some kind of alcohol based on the way they're set up, and there's cupboards you see full of ship's biscuit and salted beef, as well as a couple barrels that are some kind of sauerkraut from up north, and a bunch of small boxes, which ends up being like proportionally small amount when compared to all the other supplies in there of various vegetables. All of these containers being obviously from like different groups. They weren't all picked up in the same.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm assuming some of these containers might say like property of and then like a different ship like stamped on the side.
Yeah, there's definitely a few of them like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
That's fine.
while you're looking around, there's actually a handful of like really important things that they give you based on your perception check.
Nice.
Mixed in with some of the tools, you find a butcher's knife, which will be treated as a masterwork dagger if you ever feel like you need to. A pair of meat cleavers, also known as hand axes. Total of 11 different knives, a short sword, a vial of something that's definitely denoted as holy water, but not by the person who originally wrote on the bottle, so not holy water. A high quality lock that's just unlocked on a cupboard, door open. A bunch of other miscellaneous items in there that I can get into, but most of it is like varying quality and items that you would use well in here. Something as simple as like pounds of soap, all the way up to like really expensive brandy.
Okay.
All stuff that you'd be able to identify. I think the one other noteworthy thing in here that might stick out to you specifically is like a really big cookbook that seems like it's been used a lot, but the only like recent marks you can see, and you can tell because there's like a layer of dust on them, is from like chicken claw marks. Someone hasn't messed with it for a while, with the exception of like a chicken or two. And
Alright,
you
so
also find
Rebecca's going to immediately pick that cookbook up and like start like half reading it as she's like looking around.
perfect. So this is treated as a tomb of cooking. So if you want to use it as you're looking through, you can like whenever you're doing a profession cook check, you can get a +1 circumstance bonus.
Nice.
There's also like a half dozen, or not a half dozen. There's a dozen silver pieces that have fallen behind one of the cupboards. You want some cash? There's that.
Alright. Definitely something to grab at when the chef is a bit more comfortable with me. Snooping around.
I actually haven't. You guys haven't guessed it already, officer.
Ooh. Let's see.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Oh man,
yeah, okay, that's that. Yep. That's
that
yeah.
that fits the description.
Yeah.
That's a face only a mother could love.
Yeah, or the chicken, clearly.
Or the chicken. Yep.
Hey, he's good with animals. Not so good with his rum, apparently. But
You just
good with
walk in
animals.
and you just walk in and go, "That's a health code violation." He goes, "What's health codes?"
Right.
Look, I'm going to be honest. My character doesn't care too much about health codes. I mean,
Health
actually,
codes
no,
don't
she
even
does.
exist.
She does. Yeah,
Yeah, but health codes don't exist.
you need some standards. No fingers in the stew.
If
At least fish them out.
you guys haven't noticed, he does have a few bandaged fingers.
That's why I mentioned that.
So weird thing to
Yes.
point out, but his rum hands, he's very
Oh yeah.
talks with his hands. Definitely one of those guys.
Yeah.
Didn't realize they had Italians in Galarian.
Okay. Disclaimer that I might have told a few before. I don't do accents. I do impressions of people I know. I mimic voices of people I know in person. I don't do accents based on region.
Understood.
I don't do
Okay.
Italian. I do my Uncle Jeremy.
Okay.
Then occasionally, if I need to do new voices, I might incorporate like speech patterns or accents, stuff like that. Accents, quotation mark.
Yeah. No worries. That makes sense.
So if you, if you have a problem with my accents, that's probably why, because they're not accents. And like he said, feel free to get yourself acquainted with the room. So if there's like anything in particular I threw out that you're interested in, you have some unknown amount of time to interact with all this.
All right. I guess she'll check how sharp the butcher's knife is, but given you said my appraisal of it is a masterwork one, I guess it's pretty
Yeah,
sharp and well kept.
it's used, but it's high quality. Nothing in here is well kept. Just make that clear.
Gotcha. Um,
Probably why there's a cook's mate.
yeah.
To
Yeah,
help
so
make it a little bit more kept.
but I am just gonna like sort of tidy things up like as I'm moving, through here, get like looking through like the cupboards and the spices, which I do want to get a sniff of those spices, see like how good they still are.
It's of varying quality. Like some of them haven't even been opened and they seem to be sealed properly, and then there's others that have definitely gotten use or have just been abandoned. Time.
Got your work cut out for you, Rebecca.
Oh, oh goodness.
I think the one orderly thing about this might be the fact that like generally large containers are in place, and then generally your spices are that kind of stuff. It's more like a range of places they've down than places actually kept.
Okay, okay. Getcha. I getcha.
But after a while, we will get to the point where you head back to the man in charge.
Old fish guts. I like the name though. His fish guts is part of his name.
As he sees you like kind of wandering his way, shifts very haphazardly towards you, puts his hand out, kind of like hovering over, so if you want it, like he's definitely trying. I can't remember if I introduced myself. Fish guts, Ambrose Fish Guts Croup, but
Oh, yes. Swabby Rebecca, overqualified for swabbing, I guess.
not surprised. The guts part was a joke, though. Don't say that. I absolutely hate it. Gonna hear other people use it. Shitty nickname.
Understood, Ambrose.
Or croup, whatever you prefer. Croup in front of others. Unless we're drinking.
Gotcha. Speaking
Speaking
of,
of
is that
that,
brandy just cooking quality, or if we're cooking, would the girl be able to get a couple sips out of that?
he like hands you the rum bottle.
Oh, thank you.
The key ingredient in all of our meals.
Helps the food taste better.
Helps. I'm sure it must help morale.
Yeah, crew morale.
Yes.
That's what we're worried about here.
Yep. She takes the swig, and we'll hand it back to him.
She takes a swig, make a con save.
No rum rations for you. This isn't. That's a good way to kill Rebecca.
Sorry, I thought it was funny.
I'm going to have Claire roll me a d6 as well.
Hey, continuing the pattern of threes on these d6s.
That's a lot of
Balance
threes.
in everything.
Do, do, do,
Do you have your
do.
own list of tasks?
Awesome.
Hey, with that roll, Group is gonna start walking towards the entrance you actually came from, and kind of behind where the door would open up, you see him start messing with a couple pools,
Oh shit. Sorry.
and he says, "This one here's for you, Rebecca. I'm gonna need you to do some fishing today. That's what we're gonna be having for this meal. I figure they're gonna give me some help. We can have something a little fancier, maybe a little bit earlier than we normally would. So what I'm gonna have you do is you're gonna go up on the main deck. If you have this pool, hopefully nobody's gonna mess with you. They mess with you, they mess with the food. That means messing with the officers and the captain. Just tell them what you're doing, and they should give you a wide berth. If that doesn't work, you can use this." And then he he just pulls like one of the knives out of his apron, just hands it to you.
Yes.
Sweet.
Have a
Rebecca
dagger,
just like
Rebecca.
Rebecca will like hold it, like smile proudly, and put it like in with her like other healing implements that she has like at her side. And is like, understood there, Ambrose.
Just don't kill anybody, or you will die.
Understood. It's for show, not for going to blows.
Exactly. But if they do try and kill you, I would recommend killing them first. You can't tell if he's winking or if he's just having a hard time keeping both of his eyes open.
Well, either way, Rebecca will wink at him.
So I'm gonna wink back.
So
Yeah.
I am going to establish an order for which we do all of our actions, and the way this is going to work is we will start with whatever crew. We'll use yesterday as an example. Yesterday we only had riggers, so we had them go first for the daytime actions, had them go last. We will keep that pattern going, but just to mix it up a little bit, since sometimes timing is important, it's always important to be frank, we will rotate down a notch at the beginning of every day for who goes first. So for day 2, it will be Rebecca does her day actions first, followed up by the swabs, and then the riggers, and then we will start the nighttime actions with the riggers, then the swabs, then Rebecca. Obviously, all of these actions are generally happening during the same time, so there can't be overlap there. But the way that gets handled is really on a case by case basis. You guys want to coordinate something that can happen, but we can talk about that in the future and slash if it becomes important to you guys. Know what Rebecca is doing. We know what Dreek and oh my god,
Linelise.
Linelise. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We'll get it
Linelise.
eventually.
I promise it will happen today.
Okay. Hey, don't worry about it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. We'll start off with what Rebecca's doing, but on the off chance it matters, let's get our riggers to roll and see what task they're up to today.
D6, right?
Yes.
If it's another 3. Okay.
No, 5 and a 4.
Okay. Hey, look at that. Avian's on lookout duty, and Lavina's
Oh.
on rope work.
Nice. Our roles get swapped.
Nice.
No, because you guys had a 5 and a 3 last time. Aveen did upper rigging work. Rope work is down on the ground. It's a lot harder.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I mean, maybe not. Depends on what kind of work you're interested in. There's a lot more climbing involved with the upper rigging work since you're in the upper rigging. The rope work is just handling rope throughout the day. There isn't much actual climbing in the rig. Mostly like coiling them, storing them, securing them down, that kind of stuff. Messing with the bollards. You're definitely coordinating with the people doing the line work and the upper rigging. But it's different. Now we have an idea of what everyone's. Let's hop over to Rebecca. Which I guess I should probably tell you what your task entails, doesn't it? Check-wise. So you can either give me a profession fisherman or survival check.
Right. I think I'll do that survival check.
Okay. What action are
You
you
don't
going to
have
be taking?
You don't have profession fisherman.
I mean, I have +4 to all other profession checks, but I can't make them untrained at the moment. So,
Ah.
but yeah, so I'll do that survival. And you said ask for my ship action.
Yeah. You gotta let me know what your ship action's going to be. Checks. That's obviously important since some of them affect your action.
I think I will, get to spend most of the. I'll spend a lot of the day, like half focused on my task as I'm trying to, get to know my boss a bit better. Try and get friendly with Ambrose.
Okay.
Hello.
I said okay.
Okay. So
It's gonna be weird with the timing of that since you're gonna spend most of your day catching fish, but we can have you like bringing them up and down occasionally, and you can make a moment, sometime in there to chat.
yeah, definitely more trips than ought to be taken. Like, hey, I only got like 3 fish, but hey.
Slacker.
So you picked so that would be the influence action, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like it to me.
Okay.
Let's get
So
your survival check first.
all right.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay.
That's
a
enough
good
for you to
bonus.
catch enough
is a good
fish
bonus.
throughout the day. Feed the crew.
All right.
Becca's not gonna get whipped. Well, okay. I'm guessing that given Scourge likes to whip people, that whipping is the penalty if you screw up. But
Well, it's
maybe
worse.
not.
I like, I don't know. I'm fucking with the food here.
Oh no, you might get
Yeah.
the other whip, like the bigger whip.
Yeah, I might get big whipped. All
Do-
right. So I guess the next would be my diplomacy with Ambrose, as I'm just sort of chatting him up through the day.
I need some context for it. And
Alright.
like as a note, I think it's a lot of like odd and like maybe a little bit of goby fish you're catching in case anyone's curious.
This is some good
Alright.
fish.
Oh, that sounds so good.
I don't know if you
Yeah.
guys have tried goby, but they're really not. At least in my
I've
opinion.
never had goby,
Well,
but
the other two are really good.
Yeah.
yeah.
I love codfish. It's actually kind of in a way where I got my username from.
Oh, yeah.
I like seafood in general, so give me a fish and I'll eat it.
Pretty much don't like fish unless it's in sushi.
Huh.
As strange as that sounds.
Now we
Salmon.
now we find out what Rebecca talks about with good old fish guts. Who doesn't want to be called fish guts?
I love that that's guy. Yep.
So Rebecca will bring in like another armful of a catch. Probably like
Like
if
a
there's a
tuna.
bucket she can use to just sort of put the fish in.
Yeah, there's buckets for them where you'd put the cod and the goat and maybe of the tuna, but a lot of the tuna you have to carry down.
Tuna's a big fish.
Yeah, big fish. Um, so she'll bring them in, set them where she's been setting them. You sure? Like, do you sure? Are you sure we need all of these little ones here? As she like pulls out one of the goby. Doesn't look like you can get much meat out of them.
Don't just use the meat, we use the whole thing.
Oh, that would make more sense there, Ambrose. It would make more sense.
We're on a ship, we don't have much choice but to not be picky.
All right. I mean, I guess the bones would be a good stock.
The gobi they go in whole. They're there to add flavor to the stew, not there.
Oh, okay. So not okay.
It's
Just
an
as
additive.
is. Gotcha.
Nods.
Sorry, just first time dealing with those ones. I'm used to dealing with the tuna or the catches brought in in the morning when cooking, but
That's fair. I see where you're coming from. I know fish stew isn't common on most of the piers around here, but feeds the whole crew.
um. So where'd you learn how to cook?
Me, I used to own a forefront down in Carroll long time ago. Didn't do so well. Turns out I wasn't selling the kind of foods I wanted. More fish in a place that already sells a bunch of. Up working for a restaurant. Had a mentor there. Spent multiple years grooming what he considered a protege. Look at where I am. Not much of a protege, eh? Uh, but anyways, he taught me some stuff, and now I'm here.
Is it bad that I thought he was gonna say Brooklyn?
My mentor from Brooklyn.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Ambrose, I was I was a, yeah, I was a surgeon on a bunch of ships before here. So look, we both ended up the same place, right?
Similar skill set, doctors and cooks. The amount of things we need to dissect. Very interesting. And then he starts laughing obnoxiously.
She'll join in the laughter. Yeah, I guess I just use a bigger knife.
And he as a reaction to that, just pulls a big knife out of his belt of knives and other tools. I don't know.
Hmm. I don't know how's that work with bone? I might need to use that.
He puts a hand up and he's like, "Give me a goby."
All right, and she'll sort of like half toss one to him, like close up to it, and just like little tiny little underhand toss into his hand.
Yeah. He hand down quickly and grabs it, chucks it as he gets close to the chopping block. See him just very quickly go through this little foot long fish, almost entirely cleanly, with the exception of the. If I was sober, that one would have went all the way through.
All right, good one, good one. And as both of his hands are occupied, and thus the rum bottle's down, she's gonna just grab another swig of the rum.
Yeah, no, he is. He might be a drunkard, but he's a professional. He put the rum bottle down to stabilize the fish as he's chopping it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go get you some more fish there, Ambrose.
Sound like a diplomacy check to me.
All right. Boop. Did that go through?
I don't see it.
Okay. We'll try that one more time. All right. And I'm gonna inspire that.
Okay. I guess the thing we haven't talked about. Have we talked about how like Pathfinder?
You mentioned there's like DCs and whatnot.
And if you roll really badly, you can make DC worse. You can make the people like you less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to give you guys like the baseline information about it since it's it's in increments of 5. I'm sure I brought that up. Modified by base number is modified by a person modifier, so it's harder to do it. Automatic person, easier to do it. And the baseline for someone who's different to you, care either way about you, is 15, and obviously plus Cha mod as a scale of reference in group indifferent. You're looking for an average of 50.
All right. But yeah, so I guess that inspire was just to make sure I didn't fuck it up too bad.
Yeah, if you fail by an increment of 5 or higher, that's negatively affected. But you can succeed and fail in of 5 or more. So every increment of 5 that you hit can improve or reduce one more step. Hypothetically, someone really good at intimidating could like someone's attitude towards them multiple times, or vice versa with any of the others. Well, in this case, it was because your inspiration's a D6, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so assuming he's indifferent, the inspiration there was to potentially push it over. There wasn't a threat of it being bad, so if that's what you were worried about, I'm okay with you saying end that if that was the motive.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I got 2 of those a day.
Right? 2. You're good. That's just enough.
Yeah.
Hey, Rebecca, very little issues you have to deal with today. You have a very cozy day. This has been much better than the day before. Assuming you're okay with fishing and like as a job. It can be boring, obviously takes time, but it's definitely better than like everything else you're seeing people do.
Yeah.
Probably get a
And
few dirty
I get to
looks
poke
throughout
fun
the
at
day.
Avon as I get to poke fun at Avon as they walk by.
Now we can hop on down to our swabs. And what is Dreek doing today? Action.
Well, what check do I have to do first?
Oh, for swabbing, yeah. So that's gonna be a strength or constitution check.
Son of a bitch.
Hard work doesn't require any particular skill.
True. Uh, uh. Damn it. I'm gonna try to influence.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to talk to So while I'm working, I want to get a chance to talk to Conchabar there.
Okay. Interesting choice.
All right, should I go ahead and make my Constitution check?
Yeah.
Damn it. Oh. Eh.
I think something worthy of note is that redheaded woman who still hasn't introduced herself is not actually doing rigging work today.
Ooh.
What does she appear to be doing?
Swab.
Oh crap! You know what I should have asked before I rolled? What do we have to pass our checks by? For doing our job, like what do we have to? How
You
much
need
do
to
we have to
hit
roll?
whatever the number is.
He's not telling you how hard the check is.
Okay, whatever.
So you don't know whether you succeeded or not yet.
I mean, I'll let
Okay,
you
cool.
know right now that that's a success. Now that you've
Okay.
made it.
All right.
So far, they've all been DC 10. I mean, we've seen multiple people roll 10 for different jobs, so that's
So what I'm trying to do is so do I manage to call Concha Bar over to talk to him?
it's less like you guys calling each other over and more you guys having work in, or like you being able to make time to go over to him. And he's a rigger, so that's actually pretty pretty hard to do. So good on you. Because today he's up up top with Avon. So at some point you managed to sneak into the upper rigging when he was messing around there. Probably like pretty early on into your shift.
That's a feat in and of itself.
So Dreek sneaks his way up to the upper rigging near the crow's nest to talk to Conchabar.
God damn. I'm a fucking.
Does Dreek actually know Conchabar's name? I don't know if he does.
I just saw his hat and thought it was pretty cool.
Oh, you like the hat. He does have an awesome hat.
That's fair.
So what I'm gonna try to do now is. Okay. Oh, let me ask you something. Does asking for an item count as just an additional request, or is it like what's the modifier for asking for an item from someone?
You want him to give you his hat?
There's
Yes.
no set number for that, and it's not a guarantee that that's possible.
Damn it. But I wanted his hat. All right.
I mean, you can still go for it. There's just no guarantee.
It's like, I want that hat.
Like, make your intentions clear.
Okay. Well, Street goes up.
Literally, like,
And-
went 40 feet up into. Is this what you're telling me right now? You climbed 40 feet into the air to ask a man for his hat while he's working?
Yes. It is a nice hat, and I kind of want it.
Okay, yeah. I'll tell you right now, this isn't the first time I've had someone have this train of thought.
Sweet. So, Street gets up to the top there, and he goes, "Hey, Concho, you got a nice little fancy hat there. I fancy it quite a bit. I was wondering if you'd be willing to part ways with it as a token of good faith in our friendship.
Man,
Hey
he
there,
just, like,
fancy britches."
he looks over, like, in the rigging, and is like, I did not know that you were a rigger. You want my hat? I'm going to give you my hat? Go away.
But you know, I'm a personal friend of the captain's. We get along really well. And if you wanna get places around on the ship, you know, I'd be a good person to make friends with. And you know,
Oh man.
you've got all this fancy clothing. Why not just It's just a small hat, right? It's just a hat, mate.
I have a feeling that a friend of the captain doesn't need to climb up the ropes and look like a fool like you did last night.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
Fair
Oh,
shot, fair
man.
shot. But you see, I'm trying to blend in with the rest of the crowd so that they don't think I'm some outsider or some brown nose. So that's why.
Honestly, this is something I can appreciate. Though I cannot give up my authentic pirate hat. It would be too much of a blow to my reputation.
Hmm.
But if you would like, I could bring you into the fold with the associates I've made. Teach you a few tricks with the ladies. Marks of you.
The fold, eh? Do you guys have jackets?
Not yet.
Damn it. Look, man, you're not really buying me here.
Don't buy people's affection.
Oh, here. Let me tell you something, Conchibar. Like I said, I'm a friend of the captain's. And I take offense that you're not giving me this hat. So you either give me this goddamn hat or I'm gonna toss you over the ship. We're 40 feet up. It is a pretty far dive.
He seems like shocked. Doesn't even respond. A little slack
Tried to
jaw.
do things the nice way.
Well, He's just like, I'm gonna throw you overboard.
Walked up like, that's a nice hat. Now I like it, and I want it. We can either do the easy way or the hard way.
Sounds like you can give me an intimidate check.
Sweet.
Oh boy.
Unfortunately, you're not a woman.
What?
I think Conchabar likes women.
Controvar's starting attitude towards people is purely based off of gender.
Really? Really?
Yeah, that's a thing. I
I
can
mean,
believe
he's a
it.
ladies' man, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on, you saw how he acted with Rebecca
Wait.
last session. It should have been obvious.
Yeah, but I thought I could make like a diplomacy check to, convince him to give me his hat.
Yeah.
That was before you threatened to throw him off the ship.
Yeah, you
It
Well-
started diplomacy, then it turned bluff, and then it just ended with
Yeah,
intimidation.
there was different points where I was like, you could be one of all three checks.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but like I was obviously starting with the diplomacy one. I even asked you how much the diplomacy cost would be.
He's not gonna tell you what the difficulty of the check is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you. If that was the intent, I apologize, but like the long term
No, not-
of this is
Not the check itself, the modifier to the check.
That-
So
I'm not gonna tell you
let's
that.
say okay.
That's all behind that's Wizard of Oz shit right there.
Behind
Now
the
that's
screen.
Googleable. Like giving dangerous aid is plus 10 to the diplomacy modifier. Giving lengthy or complicated aid is plus 5. Giving
Yeah.
aid that could result in punishment is plus 15. Like that's all like Googleable. I can send you the link right now.
No, I know what you're looking at.
I just meant that modifier.
I'm not using that.
Okay. Shit. All right. Well, I just guess I'm gonna go back to work. God damn it.
Well,
Yeah, with that
I think you
response,
pissed off.
like Conchabar, kind of he looks down at you from his slightly elevated position in the rigging, and he says, "I believe the fold is no longer an option for you, my friend."
Do you fancy
And
bridges?
He
Go slide back down.
he looks back up towards the lookout and starts climbing back up.
Oh man, you pissed off the gnome.
Wait, he came down or I went up?
Both. You guys were in the
Oh,
rigging.
we like met in the middle.
No, but something to that effect. You climb faster than him. You just caught up to him.
Oh, okay.
Conchabar has the widest range.
I think he's got a very bad opinion of Dreek and a very good opinion of Rebecca.
Whatever. I'm gonna steal that fucking hat.
So
This
now
is
we have
also
two
not the
party
first
members
time that
obsessed with
this has
articles
gone
of
like this.
clothing.
We got one going to fight a deaf half orc for a coat, and now we got another who's going to steal a hat from a gnome.
To be fair, in my defense, it's my jacket.
Possession's 9/10
Yeah,
of the
that one
law.
was
And it's a nice hat, okay? It's a nice hat.
okay. I get it. It's a
Oh,
nice
God.
hat.
Oh,
I'm gonna get that hat. You'll see. I'll get that
Alright.
hat.
What
Okay.
about Lenalise?
Even if it's off his dead body. Get that fucking hat.
Okay. um. Okay, so it's a strength check or a con check, right?
Yep.
Okay.
At the lowest, you need to get 10.
All right. So okay. So let's see. Who else is on swabbing duty?
Bunch of people.
Ah,
There are a lot of people on the ship.
that is
Swabs.
fair.
1, 2, 5, 11
Oh.
NPC swabs.
Okay.
How many of them are on
So-
swabbing duty? I don't know everyone's duty every day. I don't roll that every day.
That's fair. Okay. Okay.
You tell me who you want to talk to and decide whether or not. Or if you just want to talk to another swab, I can do that. The swabbing.
Yeah. Well, is the red-haired woman, is she swabbing?
Yeah, I think she is. Definitely shouldn't be.
Huh. Because she did well at the rigor test. Okay.
A lot of weird stuff's going on.
Yeah, Lenalise will go over and well, she'll be polishing this, swabbing the deck with the stone, and she'll make her way over so that she's sort of swabbing the deck with the stone near her and try to strike up a conversation. Should I roll my check first?
Think so?
I was saying for the task, the strength check.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm probably okay with that one.
Would seem a little arbitrary if I told you.
Yes, it would. Alright, so Lenalise goes over to the red-haired woman. Bit surprised to see her down here. Deck. So who did you piss off to end up down here?
Turns out Master Scourge fancies himself a bit of a ladies' man. I don't think he thinks I'm a
Right.
lady anymore.
Well, I don't blame you for whatever you did to him. That man is a creep. Sorta laughs. So, what did you do to him?
If you pay close attention to him, you might see a slight limp in his walk today.
Well, Lenalise will shoot Sand, so we don't know her name. Shoot the red-haired woman a smile and extend a hand. Lenalise. And you?
Names, finally, someone. Laughs. Sundara.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Looks like you are, you look like you know what you're doing. Unlike a lot of the others.
She
Clearly not your first time.
her hand back down on her holy stones. rubbing the deck once again. So if we are being so official, say something more. Quinn? Priestess Quinn?
She sort of laughs.
And she smiles at
Then she will say, well, she commented that it looked like she knew what she was doing. Is that what she? Okay. Yeah. Sorry,
she
thinking.
skipped over that. Like, some people underestimate the absence comments.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm figuring out what Lynn-Elise would say next. Sorry. Getting into character.
Fair. I know you did just make.
Yeah. She'll say, what's being in this sort of position really wasn't what I had in mind when I came here for adventures.
Well, for me, it's actually perfect. Look around. Cockroaches as far as the eye can see. Sweaty men and women everywhere the eye looks. Go another floor lower. Can't see a thing without candlelight.
It is a nice ship.
He like takes a deep inhale. Beautiful. They'll like continue talking with you for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. Whatever it is you guys have. I imagine that you're like in the mid deck right now, scrubbing from one end to the other, and you guys just met in the middle.
Yeah. That seems fairly fitting.
Give me your diplomacy or bluff check.
It's gonna be a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy.
Fuck yeah. Okay, with that, I think it's safe to say you build a healthy repertoire. Willing to like help pick up any bits that you need with your understanding of the frank simple work you're doing. You don't need help, but there's an understanding that both of you while your work, about your general frustration of this place, and eventually, like shortly before you're about to go to different segments of the building now that you're finished with your gets as close to you as she can, like she obviously like intentionally saved a piece of work that would lead to her being close to you. And to lean in and know that people on this ship chose to be killing one of those people. Well, there's at least one more. Didn't get treated. Fallen in with the crowd that has a problem with us for I haven't quite pinned. But might be a good idea got together with some like-minded.
I think that sounds like I think that sounds like a good idea. They definitely sold me false on what this was going to be.
I'm not the only one who got a wrong impression. A sylph gentleman with some long out to him.
I'll look for him. Thank you, Sandara. Annalise will offer her hand before they part.
And she smiles and she readjusts to look a little bit more proper, but
All right. Yeah, that's it for. I think that's it for Annalise. So that was a productive ship action.
I will make a note for everyone here that since you all came in and been put in a boat that is similar to Sundara, that she does start off as helpful as possible. I don't think it was bad for you to spend time chatting with her. Obviously, we've established some important things, but mechanically, she is as helpful as possible as of this.
Oh, yeah, I just meant got a lot of useful information.
Yeah.
From that conversation. So even if it didn't improve even if I didn't improve how she felt, it was still a really good conversation to have.
And this is as an example of ship action, white trans. I knew even wanted to talk to some old thing is that's kind of important as like a metagame thing. Wanting to influence, okay, cool. Earth a ship action that went with it. I know I brought that up last session. First example we've had of that, even though it's an example. If you guys have something you want to do, don't know of a ship action it fits, ask me. I will find something that works for actions that assuming it's a possibility. There are some things you can ask to do that aren't possible. Sure, we'll hear one or two by the end of the
Yeah.
Let's move on over to our riggers. Who wants to go first?
Lavinia volunteers.
Volunteer for tribute. Okay. You're doing rope work, so you're either going to give me a profession sailor or a dexterity check.
Oh, those are almost the same. I'll do profession sailor.
Okay. What
And I
skill?
choose to work diligently.
Up that +4. The modifiers box in the bottom left.
Yep. I just have to put my dice down real quick. I'd like to re-roll that.
That's fair.
There we go.
So that looks like it was a D20.
Looks like you forgot to add your +4 for working diligently.
No,
Yeah.
it looks like you didn't roll a profession sailor check.
Oh
Oh yeah,
yeah.
that is a straight D20 somehow.
Yeah.
Oh.
That explains a lot.
There we go.
Hey.
It might be your first day doing rope work on this ship, but it's something that you're very comfortable doing, and you make that clear to those around you. Maybe even picking up the slack for someone.
Got to
Okay.
show all these people how it's done.
statistically speaking, you're probably the hardest working person on rope today. There's probably no
Wow.
more than 2 other people doing it, and odds are they didn't get a 23. Okay, well,
I'm
that
happy with
was
my
really
results.
fucking easy. Lavina's the only one here actually doing just her job. What's Avon up to?
The same thing, since he knows for certain that Lookout's one of the most important positions on the crew, so
You're
he's
sharing it with
definitely going to
Conchabar,
be.
though, so there is some room to slack.
Oh yeah, you can chat up Conjabar.
What are the roles for Lookout?
You need to do a climb check followed up by a perception check. So if you do
Yeah,
work diligently, you can get the bonus on one of them.
yeah, that's why, because I only have a +1 to perception untrained, so I need all the bonuses I can get on that.
That's fair. You gonna go with the work diligently for perception?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
of
first my climb check,
course.
right?
And this, like, you still are spending time with Conchabar today since you guys are sitting in a small little box together, but you're just not devoting energy toward much of that conversation that's meant to represent.
Yeah, I'll save that for after hours.
Oh,
Yeah, I got a word with
important
him
thing
after
to
hours too.
note, didn't Dreek, you didn't do it in your role earlier, and I forgot about it till just now, but didn't you do a really good performance check yesterday?
Yeah, you already paid me for it. I
Oh,
got
but
like 4 copper.
that boosts your rolls the next day with
Yeah,
diplomacy interactions, right?
yeah.
Influence.
I don't remember what was your it
You
might
had a
it
15.
might have affected your check. You had a 15.
I don't remember probably.
His performance roll was a 15 because originally it had been lower, but then it turned out it was higher because we forgot about his the rum. The rum boosted up to succeeding because of the charisma bonus.
Well, god damn. Oh yeah, that's true.
It wasn't a very high performance check, but it was a high enough check that you said that he got the bonus.
What was your I don't remember what your role was to affect Conchabar.
Uh, something
The
crappy.
intimidate, right? The
Yeah, it was
15.
yeah, it was a 15.
Okay, let me double check with because that might actually make a difference. So it's like legitimately important that we forgot that. Um, does have a
Afraid we're doing a
charisma
slight
modifier
retcon.
that's positive. I just need to see if that so would have been shooting for. Said you got a 15 before the modifier, so you would have got 17. So close. It's very close to mattering, but it fortunately.
Aw,
It was
rip.
worth checking though. It was that close. He has a positive charisma modifier in case the way I've been treating him has not been indicative of that.
I almost got his hat. Son of a bitch.
You almost
All right.
intimidated him.
That doesn't necessarily mean he would have given you his hat.
It would have mean you were one step closer to getting the hat, though.
Potentially.
I'm
Oh,
not
playing the
confirming or
long
denying
con.
anything they're saying.
I mean, eventually you're gonna have to, because I'm just gonna keep trying to steal his fucking hat.
Oh man, I feel bad for Conchabar now.
Persistence, in some cases, is appropriate. Potentially.
Okay.
Oh man, I know a certain kobold who would go get along great with you.
I already know my nighttime action. All right, go ahead, guys.
Oh god.
Right. So +4 perception.
Yeah, give it to us.
Come on, Avon, don't get whipped.
Nice.
Okay. Passable at least.
Cool. After a long day's work, you guys all get brought up onto the main deck. Not something that happened yesterday. You notice at the end of your shift, maybe something that like the riggers didn't notice yesterday, but everyone would notice today. Is that like few members of the crew are getting like verbally reprimanded, and there's like a couple of them that end up getting whipped.
Ooh.
None of it's pleasant, but the whipping's probably worse than the verbal reprimands. At least
I
in
don't know,
my
man. Depending
opinion.
on the voice and the tone in question.
But a man gets pulled out of one of the sweat boxes. A man you guys hadn't seen. Presumably, he's been in there for some time. He gets pulled out by a couple of the swabs at Master Scourge's behest.
So, I apologize for interrupting, but what's a sweat box?
It's a large metal box that's meant to simulate a very hot environment that you put in people in as a form of punishment.
Kind of like a sauna.
Yes,
Yeah.
a very bad sauna.
And
Nice.
it's like being locked in a really hot sauna for a long time as a punishment.
Yeah, like days to
Huh?
weeks at a time.
The aspirants haven't met Russians before. All right, go on.
I think the worst part though is like, unlike a sauna, you don't get to add humidity to it, so it's super dry in there too.
Ugh.
You can
So it's
imagine the
like
man coming out with his skin cracked, multiple points on his body. You see it shriveled up, parts his lip.
potential burn spots too. 'Cause it's
Yeah,
all metal.
Yeah. This guy looks bad.
and perception checks from everyone as they're like standing around as this man out. Multiple of you know this. If you've spent time on ship, especially one that's not a very lawful ship, called Bloody Hour. Right before sunset, when you're end final hour, where people are brought for their punishments, and in this man's case, it looks like more than that. He's getting more than than the rest of you. The sweatbox, I guess you could call it a punishment, but for some people, it's a sentence. Looks alive though, just barely.
Okay.
Why are we
So I
rolling
think-
perception?
I think Linelise would know what Bloody Hour is then, based on the type of ships she's been on.
Fair. Yeah, I'm leaving that purely up to you guys whether or not you know that. And it's probably something like, it's kind of hard to have your own space here. So like if you're actively involved in Bloody Hour, which pretty much everyone is, you're all brought up on deck to see this. Like you hear people talking about it, and you might hear someone call it Bloody Hour. So you could even pick it up after a day or two of being
Avon's heard of Bloody Hour before, but he's never quite seen it himself.
perfect.
Oh, perceptions. Sorry.
We have the. This is my second character who has a minus to perception.
Or wisdom, it just hurts my soul.
Yeah, but fits the character.
Can
Oh.
we skip my perception check because instead Drake is busy glaring at the lookout?
Oh, I don't
Which
roll
lookout?
double. That's weird.
What's he glaring at me for?
Sorry, just the poster on the lookout.
So
Yeah, like Avon
the
and
person-
Conchabar are next to each other, and like Avon's talking to Conchabar. He's like, "Why is this fucking guy glaring at me?"
so I so
Even
I know,
has a good reason. Never mind.
So Sandara called Avon a sylph.
I'm
Yeah,
at
so
Undyne.
I-
Don't let my confusion of the two translate to her being not. She'd know.
Okay. I just wanted
Every
to
now
check
and then, I
because-
will mix Sylph and Undyne, and don't know why. Like I know they're different. I know that times the name. I don't know. Sylph to me just sounds watery for some reason.
I picked up
Yeah.
on. I picked up on that too. I just didn't want to say anything because I figured it was just a grammatical error.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure because if it was confusion there, then I was gonna have at least like roll knowledge, like knowledge thing to try to figure out if there was a sylph, like to look for the sylph.
That would have been funny though. If I hadn't messed it up and there was just a sylph on the ship. I guess
Yeah.
if I was being like kind of sleazy, I could have done that, but the legitimate mess up that you guys will hear me make multiple.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I just I was just curious. Thanks for the clarification.
A man gets dragged out on deck, and you can all hear people around you talking about him. This guy's name is Jake's Magpie. Um, there's a few whispers of him stealing from the quartermaster before he gets brought over by a couple of those swabs I brought up earlier to Master Scourge in the center of the deck. Mr. Plug standing on the stairs once again in the spot you saw him only a day before. This gentleman here, stolen from the quartermaster's store. All possessions within that store belong to the captain. Theft, any form aboard this ship, punishable by death. And with that, the Master Scourge turned towards the men behind him carrying Jape's Magpie, and he says, "Feed him to the sharks, boys." The two pirates start dragging the man over. Jake's, up to this point, hasn't resisted, and you can see him try to, but he's very frail. He doesn't have the energy to fight against two fed men. Gets dragged over to the side. They tie his shackled feet off to the anchor on the ship, and they throw him overboard.
Oh.
Perception checks that have succeeded in spotting some information. Rebecca, and that's literally it. That's great. Rebecca,
Oh
you can
no.
see that as the man gets thrown overboard, the two officers are standing there. They've both come over. Swabs throw him over, and Mr. Plug, he seems to be like relishing in this act. You'd think at this point that maybe it makes more sense for Master Scourge to be enjoying it, but there's a certain degree of satisfaction you can see on Mr. Plug's face, and you see he kind of tugs at the rope at one point as Jake's Magpie is getting drug underneath. They leave him down there for about a minute, and then he gets pulled up. And you're all welcome to like go over to the edge and look if you want. There's a lot of people already doing that. You probably have to fight for a spot that's right on the edge, but you can all see it if you'd like to.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna climb. I'm just gonna climb the rigging a few feet so I can get a better vantage point.
That's fair. There's a couple people doing that as well.
I'm also going to offer Contrabar a bit of a boost.
He's like very appreciative of it, but he makes it clear that like he'd never ask something from you.
Sweetheart.
After a minute, the thing that comes up is completely cut to shreds, and it's hard to tell that it was Jake's Magpie. If someone wants to give me heal check, I could give you a little bit of metagame info.
Heal?
Yeah.
Can you roll heal
Heal?
unchained or untrained, or is heal
trained
one
in
that you have to be
heal.
trained?
And of course I roll a 3.
I always forget for heal, but I'm pretty sure it needs to be trained for all the practical application,
Ah,
like providing
know you
heal
can-
checks to others. So I think it's trained. Not sure, but I've always treated it as trained.
thought anyone could make a heal check to try to stabilize someone.
That is true. So maybe it is untrained. Maybe it's just advanced care that. You guys want to throw heal checks out there? I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's not like Linolith is any good at it.
I
It
rolled a
was
fuck.
almost a 17.
Yeah.
Sad face.
Oh, sad faces all around.
Yeah, it's brought up on deck for a few moments to let all of you like enjoy it, fear it, whatever you will, and then with a gesture of his head, Mr. Plug somehow conveys an action to the few blobs next to him who pick the mess up, throw it overboard, and as they do, you realize there are a few sharks that begin to feed on the mess.
So,
Yeah, from the moment they picked up his decaying corpse from the anchor, Avon's just been kind of averting his eyes, only giving like occasional glances. This is not something he likes to see.
Fair.
Linolith views this as a waste of the person.
while everyone's distracted, I'm gonna do a sleight of hand check to try to steal Conchabar's hat.
While you're watching the punishment for stealing.
And try and steal a hat off a man's head.
Yes.
Like, there's a difference between steal and take. Steal generally means without obvious observation, and I don't see an obvious way of taking a hat off a man, or an unobvious way of taking a hat off a man's head.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of.
I believe in giving people the opportunity to do crazy things, but not impossible things. I personally believe it would be impossible for you to take that hat without him knowing.
Well, I mean, we're in a crowd of people, right? Like everybody's up on the ship, watching all these events unfold. As they're going on, and I'm blending in with the crowd, I can.
He's also
totally
right next to Rebecca, right?
gank
Hi.
him. Exactly. He's
Lavinia
probably
just
staring at our
watching
breasts.
you all watching some man be eaten alive.
There's like 24 people, and you've made it obvious that you want his hat. If you're next to him and you try and grab it's dumb. If you want to try doing it, you can, but it's not going to work the way you want it to.
God damn it.
Yeah, I kind of don't see how anyway this one would end. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have a nighttime action that involves stealing.
Okay. Instead, can I make an acrobatics check to trip him?
A combat maneuver.
Hang on, ain't he on Rebecca's shoulders right now?
No, he declined being lifted.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he accepted the offer. Okay,
No.
never
He
mind.
would, he would never ask such from a lady.
He does have an awesome hat, though.
Thank you.
He does. You're definitely not the first, and I doubt you'll be the last person to be. I want his fucking hat.
Damn it.
You just need to get your own hat.
I just need to cut his throat in his sleep.
Oh my god. Well, okay, then
Don't
you'll
ruin
definitely
this
get.
for me.
If you do that, I think you get. Didn't they say keel hauling for someone who kills someone?
No, the punishment for it might have been keel hauling. I know it was a threat of
Yeah.
death.
Remember,
keel
it's
hauling.
only murder if you get caught.
Exactly.
It's actually
That's
murder
like
whether
you're
or not you get
encouraging
caught.
him.
Alright, you're only a criminal if you get caught.
I still
Shouldn't
don't
you
think
make-
that really works here though, because pretty much everyone here is a criminal. I mean,
Well,
yeah, but
Okay.
I am an upstanding member of the community who follows all of the rules.
And the saying goes, "You're only guilty if you get caught."
So, out of curiosity, I am kind of curious. What does Lavina think of the fact that there's a? Actually, I guess Lavina hasn't really had any real interaction with Linalise, but Linalise is a tiefling. Lavina is from Jellyax, so that will be interesting to see.
You see, it's simple. Lavina views you like everyone else below her.
Well, that's gonna go great. Okay. uh, right. So Jake's is no more and has been eaten by sharks.
As the body's being thrown over deck, Mr. Plug turns towards the crowd. A little fervorous at this point, as be a lesson to any would-be thieves. Still from the captain. Fates with them. Walks off.
Just have to get away with it. Okay.
Let's get some food.
Yeah, it is that time. Switch over to our nighttime actions. Everyone has to do their rum rations. You guys wouldn't mind giving me the... Unless you have a +4 modifier or higher.
So
Man, I wish I had that modifier, but I'm suffering constitution damage from a thing.
Yeah.
Why?
No, I have a 4 or higher modifier, but I want to roll anyways.
Yeah, I'll do that too, just because I can.
It would be funny if you rolled a nat 1.
He said you don't have to.
And everyone can roll some d4s for their bonus to charisma.
Okay. +2.
That's a real useful +1.
Yeah.
+1 could go a long ways.
Well, +1 to 17, that doesn't really impact anything.
Yeah, it does. It makes it 18.
No, +1 gets me to 17.
Oh,
I'm
gets
saying.
you to 17. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a difference.
Adding +1 to get to 17. Sorry, I phrased that poorly.
I have increased my charisma score by 10%.
Ooh.
Only a few guaranteed modifiers. So yeah, for your action tonight, you guys all have that modifier to your charisma. Find that's to self, not a bonus. In case that wasn't clear. Though, as a note, Reek has a +2 bonus to charisma-based checks from his performance yesterday.
Nice.
Imagine using charisma. Alright, so we're all deciding what we're gonna do for the night?
Yeah, and it just goes in reverse order of what it did today. So, Avon, what do you want to do tonight?
Let me see.
And like I said, with the nighttime actions, it doesn't need to be in an order, but unless someone's jumping out to be like, hey, I need to do other people, we'll assume this. Right? No, for example, I think Linalise wants to talk to Avon, so want to fine for you to talk to Avon today.
Right. Would talking to him be the ship action, or would that just be something that, like, is
If
that
you're
actually
having
ship
like
action? Or
short little conversations, I don't have a problem not having it be a ship action. But if you're like lengthy bits of exposition,
okay, I think what Lenelise would do would be at this point when we were eating and sort of finishing the rum ration stuff, she would have gone over to Avon and made a comment to him that Bandara says we should talk later.
Tandara. Is that the redhead?
At least will nod. Yes.
Okay.
She'll just sort of nod at you, and then she's gonna walk away. It was just sort of making that known. That would be now Avon can do a ship action thing. Getting that done.
Okay, well, let's see. I was originally going to go talk to Conchabar.
Everybody wants to talk to
Yeah, everyone wants to talk to Conchabar.
But you know what? Yeah, I think I'll go influence Conchabar.
Conchabar is such a popular dandy.
He's the suavest guy on the deck. You wouldn't want to go talk to him.
Goodbye. Fair.
So yeah, I'm gonna go find Conchabar eventually, and I'm going to
Association
walk
is
up
brought-
to him, and I'm going to try to be as casual as possible. I'm just going to be like, "Oh, that was
Brought to you
what a
by
day, huh?"
pronouncenames.com.
Sandra,
Sorry, what was that?
Do what?
Said what was that?
Oh, I
out
walked
for me.
up to him, and I just kind of took a casual pose, and I'm just like, "What a day, huh?"
Very long shift, was it not?
It was indeed, and the ending, that was, ugh. I I'm not particularly keen on watching someone go out like that.
Perception check.
Perception? Okay.
Yeah, he like swirls his rum around a little bit, lifts it up when you say, "No rest for men such as us."
True there, true there. So I trust the riggings weren't too difficult.
Built for these things, I've lived in them for years.
Ah,
Practically second
course.
nature to me.
Of course, of course. I must ask, though, how does a fine gentleman like yourself come to be a part of this group of ruffians?
Well, I volunteered as soon as I heard they were leaving port the next.
Ah,
A sense
and
motive
if,
check.
okay, that is something I am trained in.
Yeah, he's lying to you.
Come on, you can trust me. What are you really doing here?
Like, sense of adventure. Where's your wonder, you know? I can't stay in one place for too long. My old ship wasn't big enough for me.
Ah, of course, of course. Now, if I might ask, is it everything you've pictured it to be in this crew?
I haven't been here long enough yet to confirm that or not, but I am optimistic. See him like glance towards a couple ladies playing cards at a table.
I see the focal point of your interest. I must say there are a couple of fine damsels around here, and a man like you must have a few tricks on how to work around there, make them dance to your tune, so to speak. Perhaps you could give me a few pointers every now and then.
Of course. Hold this for me if you wouldn't mind. Hands
Of
you his
course.
glass. Readjust his hat a little bit. Starts walking towards a couple women. Rebecca, what are you up to tonight?
So
Yes.
the interesting thing is I was so the whole thing with the quartermaster stuff and the fact that I'm missing my books, I was kind of interested in talking with whoever is the quartermaster if I could find that out.
There's actually something interesting I didn't bring up. Probably wouldn't have found out today, but you could pick up during like bloody hour or now. that the quartermaster is actually on the other side of the. I don't want to call it a kitchen, but I guess it is. You have to walk through the kitchen to get to the quartermaster's shop. She is an officer, though, so presumably he is with the rest of the officers in the officer cabin. Not down here with you guys. And you didn't see her mingling with you guys yesterday either. The only captain who does that regularly would be Master Scourge. Or at least as of these
Gotcha.
last 2 nights.
Gotcha.
If you want to get some information about her, I would let you do that if you gave me an appropriate like diplomacy check. If you want to night figuring that out. As an alternative, if you have like a specific person you want to approach and include that, that could be part of another action. Or you could just actively go around looking for it. You do have a time action that involves that.
Okay, red-haired woman that I don't know the name of right now.
Okay.
She was able to get our stuff from the quartermaster, so I'll talk to her about it.
This
She
is
does want to.
as fucking convenient as it gets. Because he wasn't gonna go up to Rebecca. Rebecca was just gonna be part of this. He was gonna go up to Rosie, which is who Dara's with. Now Rebecca wants to be with them.
So now he's gonna be going up to Rebecca too.
Nice. Oh, the master at play here.
We're gonna see the master do his thing.
But Conchabar walks towards this table with Rebecca, Sundara, and Rosie sitting at it. He winks at you, Rebecca, as he approaches before he leans over on the barrel that everyone's playing cards at. Works his way in between Sundara and Rosie. Do you come here often? She looks over at him. He looks over at him, like just deadpans, and she says, like, haven't heard that one before. Get out of here, you fucking rigger. And he's like, you don't see his confidence waver at all. If anything, he looks a little bit more excited than he was a moment ago.
Oh God.
He says, that was just an icebreaker, my lady. If you give me but a moment, I woo you a whole new degree, one for which you have never possessed. I got a will save, Rebecca.
Okay.
Oh no!
He's using. Oh my God.
Perception
Using
checks
charm
from
person on her?
perception checks from Rebecca and Avon.
Oh my God.
I was
Oh,
about to say,
man.
Rebecca, how does it feel to see your man flirting with another girl?
Oh, this is juicy.
And a will save on Rebecca's good at that.
You're supposed to roll a 1, girl.
Oh, no. 21 is perfect. It's not enough to see what's going on, though.
Ah, darn.
Oh, he's good at hiding what he's.
Yeah, his sleight of hand must be off the roof.
Or he just rolled real high.
That too.
I mean, if he is casting charm person, I mean, Rebecca already is friendly towards him as far as the spell effect is concerned.
You see him do that iconic smolder he laid down on you yesterday, Rebecca. And Rosie, the halfling next to you.
The smoldering stare.
Oh man, this is so messed up. But it's
I
also
am
great.
so glad I did this.
Oh, it's great. It's just it's messed up and great. Like this would be messed up in real life, but it's kind of funny in the fantasy game where we're all playing around with it.
Yeah, you don't remember him having one yesterday, but he pulled out some like a Wongan instrument. I know the name. Mind. Pulled out a ukulele, like out of nowhere almost. Must have been underneath the table.
I love how it's you know the name if you're magically inclined. Ukulele, the mage's instrument.
And he comes up and he just starts. He gets a little bit closer once he pulls this ukulele out, and he says, "Oh my darling, my sweet little girl," and then he starts like trying to woo her on with his like subpar singing, to be honest. But some people around are beginning to eat it up as they realize he's playing some music. And Rosie just fucking sucker punches him once he gets like 3 lines in.
Yes. Yes.
The ukulele like
Con-
disappears as he like hits the fucking crate like face first. His hat falls off, and it gets suddenly
Get your
quiet
moment.
in that area.
Wait, his what now? His what?
His hat falls off.
Oh, that what happened.
And it gets
All I gotta
really
say is, don't do it.
Everyone's attention is on that right now, basically.
it gets really quiet in that area, and it takes a moment, but Conchabar he gets up, shock covering his face, completely riddled, and Rosie at this point just looks fucking pissed and just leans in really close to him. Unless you're one of the few people at the table, you can't hear her say, "Whoever approach me again, I'm going to break every single one of your stringing fingers."
Ooh.
So, oh man.
As soon as he saw that punch, Avon just covers his mouth, turns his head, does everything he can to stifle a laugh. He knew it was coming, but he wasn't sure how. It's like just like
Contrabar's having a hard time with it, but he managed to barely shake out a nod in agreement with Rosie. Sundara from behind, since kind of strong-armed his way in between the two of them, lifts him up, not like shivering in place, and kind of just pushes him out of the way, and he moves along. He doesn't even bother to walk back towards you, Abe. He just goes and finds a place, probably his hammock, sits in it.
oh.
Oh, so Avon lost his chance to influence Contrabar.
I don't think so.
No, but I will start making my way back to my own hammock, but as I do, I kind of pass by his and go, "It's okay, man. Can't win them all."
If you want to give your check at this point, if you're done talking with him, you can throw it out there.
Yeah, with the +2, not bonus, but the extra to my charisma. Yeah.
Oh, nice roll.
Nice. Yeah, charisma is like his main stat, so he's actually pretty hard to influence. Got a +3 in that. Maybe he's a bard.
Oh.
Maybe that's where he got it from.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Contrabar's a bard.
That's my first thought too.
He's the classic horny bard.
Pretty horny,
What's it
isn't he?
called?
Look, he's hit on multiple people, and he's gotten sucker punched trying to charm person someone.
Look, the fact that it's confirmed that he's a bard means that he actually is peggable. That's probably not off the list.
Look. You can't judge a man for being lonely, okay?
Maybe he
Okay.
just wants. Maybe he just wants cuddles.
All right. So we I guess we know Rebecca's leanings.
Turns
Yes.
out, versatile performance doesn't cover women, at least not in Contrabar's case.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless he was already fucking helpful, his opinion of you has changed. We'll have to see how that pans.
Wait, mine? His opinion of me?
Of
No, his
Aiden.
Oh.
opinion of me.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking
Okay.
changed. You let that happen, Rebecca. How dare you?
It probably didn't get any worse without Rebecca, though.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that was a nice. That was nice.
That was a great ship action.
I have no regrets on that one. That was awesome.
Oh, and now I think it's Lavina. Showdown with Japes.
No. Lavina's gonna play this smart. I'm gonna go meet with this red-haired woman that everyone keeps talking to.
Okay. Yeah, like what? Like just after all this happened? You're gonna give
Of
it some
course.
time? Okay, just
As
after.
soon as the stupid gnome gets his ass handed to him, I'm then just gonna slide on over.
Nice.
So right now we've got Rebecca, Lavina, Rosie, and Sandara all around a table playing cards.
Yep.
All around a barrel.
And I'll just use this opportunity to just look down at the gnome and just glare at him as the lesser being that he truly is.
I mean, he's definitely made his way. Like, he's not around here. I mean, you'd probably glare at him from a distance, but he's not paying attention to you.
I don't need him to see it. He knows. He just knows.
산다라박.
There's a hat.
He's just sulking in his hammock. Poor guy.
But I pull up a seat. I just look over at Rose, over at Rebecca for a half second, then back. It's like, so you seem to be pretty popular on this ship. Notice a couple of other people have talked to you so far. So what's interesting about you?
I think like Sundara looks over at the two of you, Rebecca and Rosie. See what your read of the response.
Um,
Rosie looks very frustrated. That hasn't passed yet.
yeah. And Rebecca's still trying to, stifle a bit of laughter at the interaction, but they don't seem weirded out or anything.
Sundara looks at the two of you real quickly, picking up what she can, and back over at the newest member at the table. Noticed there's only 3 barrels here. I'd go find a table with enough.
Destruction. Fair. Maybe another time. And I'll leave.
She like raises her eyebrows at that. Just her face. Looks like nonchalant. Okay. And
I'll have
like
another action.
feel free to like use an interaction somewhere else. Do something else. Like I don't know what action you were taking there, but it doesn't seem like it happened.
That's fair.
And want to try convincing them otherwise, you can.
No, I'm not gonna push my luck. But I will go hang out with Avon for the rest of the night. See what he's been up to. Maybe he can tell me something interesting about this ship.
Fair.
So I'll just pull up to Avon and it's like, so my fellow rigger, how's life been treating you on the ship?
Oh, well, so far, no foul on my end, though. Wasn't too keen on the events of this evening.
Look. He simply didn't understand his place in life, and he stepped outside of those bounds.
Oh, boundaries are meant to be broken. Just sometimes they lead to do more trouble than they're worth.
I find that is quite often the case. Especially when one doesn't understand why they're in their place.
Then you would tell me this. Why are you in this place?
It's simple. I was weak. If I was truly strong, I wouldn't have been captured and dragged on the ship. Whether it's through carelessness, a lack of skill, or sometimes fate just throws you an unfortunate set of circumstances, but you can find out whether one is competent and strong by their continued success or failures in life.
Uh, I find that success and failures tend to depend a lot more on luck than raw skill.
Yes, but if you're good at climbing rope, you might fall once or twice, but give it 1,000 tries and you'll see if they're actually good or not.
I suppose. It's all a matter of how much time you're willing to give someone.
True. And first impressions are everything.
Very true.
With Conchabar, has just proven. Oh, poor Conchabar. I feel like he'll be endless entertainment on this ship.
He's a spectacle to be sure. I find that his certain skill sets might prove useful in the days to come.
Oh, plans.
Maybe.
Well, if anything interesting happens, let me know. I do owe you a favor.
True. And I'll keep it in mind.
I'll consider that my action for the night, as I'll just hang out with Avon for the rest. Maybe see if Conchabar does something else stupid.
Uh,
Okay, I can get behind that. What's up next?
Guess I'll go.
I like it.
All right.
What action are you?
I did say I was gonna talk with gosh, names. I gotta actually write her name down. Red-haired woman. Where's my notes?
Sandara.
Sandara. Okay, writing that down.
At this point, you could probably just nickname her Red and be okay.
Rebecca isn't the kind to nickname people.
Ah.
But yeah, so I guess she's talking with her to figure out more about the quartermaster stuff and how she got her the stuff that she got. So I guess I'm going to be. I guess I'd be influencing her to talk with her.
Like, I don't have a problem with you getting that information and doing an action. That's not that
Okay.
much.
you could just go up and ask her the question, and then go do something else if you wanted to. I think.
I mean, the three of us are sitting around here at a table. I could. I mean, you would say we're
Gamble.
playing cards, so
Yeah,
gamble.
you
Sounds
gamble.
good.
I can give you that
Yeah.
information during your conversation while you're gambling.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Cards isn't one of the games they actually have set up, so if you actually want to play a game, it would be something else.
Okay.
I can do,
Okay.
because the thing with gambling is, like, when compared to the other games they have there, like, the only way I could properly translate it is if I was just like, give me a, I don't know, give me a bluff or sense motive or diplomacy. Give me one of those three. We can have
Or
you.
profession gambler.
Or yeah, if you have profession game,
That is a profession.
I'd love to see
Yeah.
someone come in with like profession fisherman, cook, and gambler, and just be like the perfect trifecta for the cook's meal.
I could have, but I would have had to been human.
uh,
Ah.
Missandei probably would have been pretty good at the cook's mate job.
So I told Steven yesterday that like the bar, like the bar you guys have on your notes section for your character, like can be extremely important. An example we didn't get to see today was your weight would have ended up factoring in if no one had claimed to be a cook or good at cooking. If someone hadn't done that earlier, then Mr. Plug would have just chose the fattest looking person, assuming that they know how to cook.
So I wonder who that would have been.
Looks down at chest. Oh.
I guess
Would
that
have
leaves me.
been Linelise, to be honest.
They are both well endowed.
Yeah, Linelise. You guys are all like the only person that's anywhere, like no one here is really fat, to be honest. I think
Yeah.
Rebecca's maybe like a little chubby. I'm not really sure when it comes to that height. But you guys are all relatively skinny.
Yep.
Yeah, so
So
if you want to give me like a diplomacy, bluff, or sense motive check, we can do that for your gambling. How much
Alright.
do you have to wager?
I have a cross. I don't have money. I have a crossbow I can wager.
You could wager a crossbow. Could, but one of them doesn't have anything as valuable as a crossbow, so you have to be less than its actual value. Uh,
I've. That's fine.
okay.
That's fine.
Like
You simply have the only option of going all in and having a split pot.
Yes.
so, like if you're willing to wager that, that's what you're willing to put in as like a total throughout the night, and we can use that for like the effectively like win loss when compared to the others. Want to give me a check? You can. Depending on how good you
Alright.
get, you might make. I'd say the highest. The person holding you back here is Rosie, so she can only participate if it's very low coin. But using that leverage, you could make money off of Sundara because she actually has coin.
Okay.
So I'd
Yeah.
say you can get the equivalent by the end of the night of up to like 10 gold.
Okay. And you
Nowhere as
said
much as valuable as your crossbow.
yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I can think of something else you could wager.
Not to these two.
Whoa,
Don't
whoa!
think.
Don't presume.
Anyway, I know that tone with you. Anyways, you said bluff, diplomacy, or sense motive.
Yeah, I think those are all applicable. Gonna have the widest variety of any other skill, but that's just because I can't, or of any other. That's just because I can't think of one that makes the most sense.
All right, so I guess I'll play
Intimidate them.
defensively. Yeah, I guess I'll play defensively with sense motive,
Okay.
and I'll use my my last inspiration use for the day, just to give that an extra bump. Oh hey, slightly extra bump.
Very slate.
very slight.
That could be the difference between failure and success, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Star gets. Okay, by the end of the night, all your gambling, you can walk away with 5 of Sundara's gold.
Gold, not
Alright.
copper.
Nice.
Yeah, gold.
I think I know what I'm going to be doing the next night. Shit.
But yeah, so yeah, as we're in between rounds of uh of the game we're playing. So, Sandara,
Looks up from her
I
cards.
I was just sort of wondering how'd you get in the quartermaster's good graces to manage to get us a little bit of our stuff back? I say like a little more of a hushed tone.
Oh, I didn't get on her good graces, actually. I told her that my possessions were cursed. Stealing from a priestess of Besmara leads to many a mishap aboard ship, and hold on to them after I found out about that.
Okay, okay. Speaking of which, just want to state no ill will. Obviously, I don't have any fancy neckwear, but one of the things I'm trying to get back from uh, from what they took was uh, an order of numbers book that I kept with me. So just want to state, like, yeah, I follow Abadar, but like you seem cool enough. You seem cool,
They worship diametrically opposed gods.
It takes her a moment to like piece together what you're getting at. She's like, "Oh, not too worried about that, darling."
All right, cool. Was was just checking, just checking. As like Rebecca like pushes her face further towards her cards.
If anything, with a comment like that, you're gonna need those gold pieces. You're always supposed to throw a few into the sea before you get into any kind of trying times. Besmara's blessing and Besmara's always have to toss her a few coins before anything dangerous. Donation or ransom. Depends on how you view
I
your
suppose
life.
I suppose both of us can understand the value of a tax of sorts, you know.
Or portion of the
Yeah. Just we sail in her seas, fly under her flag. It's only right. It's just like if we were on Port Peril, and working, they take their tax. We're out here working, Besmar's got to take her tax. It's totally understandable.
very like happy about the way you're talking, and I think it becomes apparent why. Just like last time I was aboard a merchant vessel, it was transporting Avadar and gold. I remember a banker saying something almost exactly like you did, but we weren't talking about gold, talking about his life. Turns out, worth quite a bit. There's a bunch of pirates on your ship.
Yeah, it's interesting how value can change depending on the situation. Like here, you know. Normally, normally I work as a surgeon, but here my value isn't as high. So yeah, But I guess that guy's value was pretty high, at least to you.
150 gold for one man.
I mean, when it comes to lives, I suppose 150 gold is actually more of a steal. I mean, especially a banker, that man's going to be making thousands of gold up throughout his life.
It
I
was
honestly
a
think you got gypped. You got gypped there.
That's actually a question. Would that term even exist in Pathfinder?
What, gypped?
Well, given what it's, given the derivative, what it is.
What is it? I don't even know.
It's a derivative of it comes from gypsies. It's like you got gypped, you got ripped off by by them. Is essentially
gypsies are
what
a
that comes
thing.
from. Yes, but they're not called gypsies.
Yes, they are.
I thought they were called Varisians.
No,
Varisian-
Varisia is it's like calling everyone on the Indian subcontinent Indian.
Parisians are known for a lot of them being gypsies and living, some of them living lifestyles similar to gypsies, but they're not all just like, not all Varisians. Varisian and gypsy are not interchangeable. For some people, they are.
I was under the impression that there wasn't a specific group called gypsies in Pathfinder.
It's
I
less
thought
of
that
like,
it was...
it doesn't have the same like religious / cultural impact, but it's still a
Okay.
thing. Like if you call someone a gypsy, people.
Okay, that's fair. That was my bad. Sorry. I was just curious.
Well, I didn't know that that's where that term came from, and I know probably more than I should about gypsy. I'm glad I found that out.
Yeah, that's why I try to avoid using that anymore, because I found that out and I'm like, yeah, that's actually not a very nice thing to say.
I don't think I've ever said it, but I didn't know it was like I didn't know that's where it came from.
All right. Well, then to roll it back a little bit, I guess you got cheated in that deal.
He's the only one who made it out alive. Drugs. Just can continue to have your conversation. Obviously, you guys are talking throughout the night. That's the nighttime actions to note a big.
I actually have a second nighttime action I'd like to take instead of actually sleeping.
Oh yeah?
I'm
Yeah.
taking that first.
While everyone's sleeping, there's a certain half orc who should be putting a jacket in a lockbox with no lock.
Huh. Yeah, but I guess that would happen after we've all done our regular ship actions, or...
Yeah.
Perception check.
A perception check. Oh no.
Give me a perception.
Oh.
Cool.
Nice.
You're not sleeping tonight.
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Speaking of which, I'm popping a potion before I go to bed,
that's fair.
since that's an extract and not a so why did roll d20? Yeah, it's an extract, not a magic spell being cast.
You attacked yourself.
Yeah, I attacked myself, I guess. Yeah.
Cure light wounds. Like, well, I guess if you used it on Dreek, it'd be an attack.
Yeah. Well,
True.
it's a potion, so you'd have to like.
Claire,
Yeah, and what's up?
you're using a spell. You can target your.
Yeah, it's just it with Oh, target myself. Oh yeah, I got to do the combat thing.
It
Target.
would have automatically said that it didn't. Did you manually?
Yeah, I just. Oh yeah, because I rolled damage, not heal. Yeah, but I changed the
But
manually.
you didn't have anyone targeted anyway. Here
Yeah.
on out, when you guys are casting spells, Number
Okay.
doesn't count.
So,
Okay.
I guess it's Dreek.
Yeah, I actually had a question.
Yeah.
Will my perform only earn the 4 copper each day, or is that depending on my rolls?
Really want me to keep mechanics for you?
Well, I mean, otherwise it's kind of a wasted roll if it's just gonna be 4 copper a day.
The
Well,
money
it also
isn't a
gives you the
normal thing.
bonus.
The money's not regular.
Okay. Hmm.
I think the real thing's the bonus to the influence checks, right?
Can I join on their in on their gambling? On their card game?
Not with the people we already established. Because we've already done all that.
Damn.
Join someone else's games. They're definitely not playing cards because it's overly complicated. Plenty of other gambling you.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna perform again.
If you're not using the influences, performance doesn't actually do.
That's okay. I like to dance.
As a note, anytime you guys are not using one of these actions, you are actively shooting yourselves in the foot.
I mean,
So if you're using an action to boost an action you're not using, same as not using an action.
well, I'm entertaining the crew.
That's fair.
That's what, yeah, that's what the perform check is for.
He's just slowly becoming everyone's favorite crewmate.
Yeah. So I'm not doing no action. I'm performing to entertain the crew.
No, you are performing to entertain the crew. I'm just saying there's a mechanical and story benefit to these different actions, and you're not actively doing anything to help when you could be.
Well, I get a bonus to charisma tomorrow, right?
Yeah, you'll have it the next 2 days, but like you didn't use it tonight. Why I brought up that it's useless. Not going to use it.
Well, the charisma bonus helps the perform pass.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, if you want to dance,
That is
you
solid logic.
Yeah.
Well, you danced.
You didn't even add that bonus to your roll.
Yeah, I did.
Doesn't look like you did.
You're. I think you're supposed to use the modifier thing, not add it to the.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't want you manually adjusting your skills. I want you to use the modifier box. So give me a roll.
Okay, so
And it should be +3 or 4 for you. Got the bonus for alcohol as well. Didn't you get a +3?
yes, and then the actually it's +5 because of the dancing, the performing from the night
No.
before.
+3 total because you +3 chemical bonus to charisma, which is +1
Oh,
+3 total alcohol.
damn it.
Roll.
Hold on, I'm trying to adjust this correctly.
Go.
Okay.
There was dancing that was had. Good.
So, out of curiosity, it says there's play or gamble on a game of chance or pirate entertainment. What is pirate entertainment?
Other games. Not going to list them all off. There's a bunch of them. There's actually only 3. There's one called Hoglob. There's one called Arm Wrestling. There's one called Heave.
Oh, hey, arm wrestling. Lily's
Drinking,
probably pretty good at that.
throwing things, arm wrestling. Those are your 3 regular options. Form is
Huh.
also in there as well, but
Yeah, Lily's will challenge someone. Will take challengers. If someone wants to arm wrestle her.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
She's pretty good at this. She's strong.
True.
She is strong.
I'm sure someone can. Why not? Let's have it be that Varisian man.
One who was the other one who was trying to climb the mast.
Yeah.
All right.
Fuck. Oh, I have it. I had my image set to shared. I was like, this guy definitely has an image somewhere. Yeah, I don't need it.
Basically, she'll call out that I'll take all comers. Come and try. See if you are stronger than me.
Yeah, how much are you willing to wager?
Oh, that's the problem. She doesn't have any money.
No one's gonna do it then.
Oh. But how am I supposed to get money on the boat? There's no money to get. Okay.
Steal it, burn it, gamble it.
Right, but you can't gamble it without the money if you don't have money to gamble.
Have you been paying attention to?
Yes.
Someone literally just got money like 2 actions without having any money. Gambled away an item.
Well, that's fair. I guess she does have her dagger. She can gamble that.
If you're willing to
So
do
put her
that,
dagger up.
then the man will be in.
Yeah.
At your response, the man slowly gets up and walks towards, giving you this like shifty, unhappy look. Says, "I've got 4 coppers." Says, "I beat you in the first match."
Okay.
Right. So there's 4 copper pieces, and the dagger is worth more than that, but
As of right now, it's worth 4 copper. The economics of dagger value do go up and down throughout. If you wait long
Yeah.
enough, it'll probably be worth.
Not like
You
it's
know what?
cigarettes.
She's gonna take it. She's gonna do it.
Huh?
She will give him a grin. Well, see you put that money where your mouth is.
Yeah, you see him pull out 2 bags actually, both very empty bags. First one is the copper. Opens the bag, pours the copper into his hand. Puts it back in the bag. Person. Copper. Then the second one starts emptying out onto the table. You see it's a bunch of small pieces of glass.
Well, that's fun. Be a painful arm wrestling.
If you've arm wrestled in the Shackles before, this is how it pretty much always goes.
I don't think she's done it in the Shackles before.
Yeah, then it might seem strange. It's kind of a regional thing. It's not normal. It would be even stranger if you knew what was happening, since, like, I mean, maybe he's been here for a while, but he's definitely not from the Shackles. Very obviously Varisian.
Yeah.
He's got the smooth jawline and the dark black hair, bronzed skin. He actually has a traditional piece of Varisian clothing on him as well, but I
Oh,
don't think there's anyone here. That correct me if I'm wrong. Guess you have knowledge. You can do knowledge locals. You can give me a knowledge local, Steven.
oh yeah,
Something
I can do that.
you think if you think your character would know it, then throw it.
I think it's possible she would.
And Elise could, right? You've been by there at least. You've been down there
Yes.
multiple times, right?
Yeah, she's
Perfect.
been around. She's been in a lot of places.
Give us a knowledge local. Maybe you know what he has on his head.
I don't think I know what he has on his head.
No, he has a blue fucking rag on his head.
Yeah, he's got a rag. Okay.
He's got pretty simple clothing too, compared to like the rest of you that came on the ship. At least the rest of the end. It's like very dark red baggy pants that are like tied around his ankles and waist. And then he has like a loose fitting, slightly darker red shirt and like a dark blue bandana wrapped over his head. Actually, like a Varisian scarf, iconic piece, Varisian wear, but fortunately you
Okay.
don't know that. Other
Yeah.
noteworthy thing about him is that he has this, like for his free, he doesn't have much on him. He does have two earrings, and they both look like they're small birds.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
So, to do some arm wrestling, we're going to get strength checks from the two of you.
Okay.
Opposing strength checks. It's going to be multiple. How this is going.
Okay.
With varying degrees of success, similar diplomacy checks. So, if you beat an opposed check made by him very well, you could hypothetically win quickly.
Right. Okay.
I want to throw a strength check out there.
Right. Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty far above average. Okay, he'll try and match you.
Ooh, he's gonna play the long con. He's not gonna overwhelm you right away.
Oh. Okay. He's also strong.
You guys begin to struggle, but the Varesi in front of you starts to slowly bring your hand down toward the side. Give me another roll.
Oh
Oh
no.
no!
Come on. Uh,
Okay, pushing it quite a bit farther. It's almost on the glass. Another roll.
okay.
Natural 20. Natural 20.
That would be great. Something tells me I'm gonna lose my dagger now. Man. All right, come on,
Stay
Louise.
confident. Gotta be confident.
Oh, come on.
He's just barely one step ahead of you.
And with that last little bit,
And
your hands get shoved down into the glass. Would you rather roll the die, or would you rather have me roll the die?
roll the die. I don't.
Yeah.
Man. It's the thing she's good at.
Welcome to level 1.
Turns out you chose someone who's good at it as well. How much strength damage you're gonna take?
Strength, damn it.
Regular damage. It's based on strength. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Strength
You just
damage.
hammers your hand down into the glass.
Okay, I took 4 damage. That's fortunate.
And with that, once your hand's fallen down into the glass and pushed down, really, he gets up, nods at you. Good match. Where he walks off back to where he was sitting. A couple other pirates, one of which you notice. Like it's Jaundice Japes and maybe a few of his friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, Linalise will nod. And now I will remove her dagger from her sheet because she doesn't have it anymore.
I think there is something worthy of note about this man. He also has all of his gear.
Ooh.
It doesn't seem like much. Maybe he did steal it, but he has more than everyone here except for Sundar.
Okay. To get a new dagger.
He could just be really good at arm wrestling, though.
Yeah. Oh, I guess that was my ship action. Yeah.
So I am going to send us on over time actions now. We have one person participating. Is there anyone?
Me.
Oh, Linalise is gonna use a cure wounds on herself though. At some point.
Huh? Fair. Okay, which one of you wants to do their nighttime action first?
I'll do it.
Okay. I'm going to give everyone a night's rest mechanically, but that does mean that for you, Alex, you're going to have to adjust your HP.
Okay.
Have to make it. What are you doing, Night Dreek? Actually,
I'm stealing Concobar's hat.
I knew it was coming.
What? No. Who could have ever guessed that was gonna happen?
I'm
Okay.
stealing his hat.
you guys gonna go try and steal a hat off a man's body. Do it.
Well,
Does he sleep with his hat on?
yeah, does he sleep with his hat on?
He's not wearing it on his head, but it's on his person. Where the fuck else would he put it? You guys are in
His
hammocks.
locker.
Yeah, it's like a small foot locker. You don't shove a pristine hat
Oh.
in a foot locker.
That's fair. So he's got it like on his chest, like he's
Yeah.
sleeping on his back, like, and he's got it like, and he's probably got like his hands on the brim of it or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You've set the scene.
But he's still sleeping.
He is presumably sleeping.
All right.
Presumably.
Fortunately, Linalise is never unarmed. She still has her bite, even if she doesn't have her dagger anymore.
Well,
You do have daggers. They're just smaller and in rows of teeth.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask for a stealth check from Dreek
okay.
Is he a stealthy boy?
for you to get over to R.
He is a stealthy boy.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Okay. You'd like to steal his hat, you can sleight of hand check.
Oh.
Pretty good roll.
And he is asleep.
What do you think your roll was?
Successful.
Somebody's confident.
Question is, what are you gonna do even if you steal his hat? I mean, it's pretty obviously his hat.
Look, it's not about what you do with the hat. It's the power that you have the hat.
Exactly.
You grab the hat, you pull it out from his grasp. No immediate response.
All right, then I'm gonna hide it in my locker and go back to bed.
Okay.
So you're gonna stuff the pristine hat into a locker?
Yep.
Oh man.
Nice.
Wait, does a hat take damage? I guess it loses some value, probably.
I bet it gets kind of crinkled.
Yeah, it probably loses some value.
Probably not wrong. Okay. We had another doing a nighttime act.
Yes, I have to steal a jacket, which I'm hoping he doesn't wear in his sleep like an absolute maniac.
I don't know which answer you would honestly prefer with the information you have. He does.
Prefer that he's not wearing it? Oh, he does like a maniac.
It's a pirate ship. You keep everything on you can.
Hmm. Do I feel confident?
Do you?
Oh yeah, baby.
Confidence is a very personal thing.
Of course I do.
I bestow
I'm an
one
absolute
confidence
maniac.
point on you.
So first I'm gonna put on my gauntlet. Just in case.
Okay. I'll check, bud.
Oh no. Here we go. I should have saved my reroll. Well,
As
that's
you're
that.
sneaking over, not jaundice shapes up. The hammock in between a bald-headed dwarf. He gets up.
Dun, dun.
He doesn't even get up. What he does is he grabs onto your leg as you walk by his hammock. Doesn't say anything, just looks at you directly into the eyes. Holding on firmly, but he's not pressing down.
I'll take the hint and head back to my bunk.
Once you get past like the main pass back to town, but you feel like he's still watching you.
I'll have to try and steal my jacket another night.
Fair. And for that, the two of you can go into the effects button in the top right and drag it onto banner on the combat track. You will be fatigued.
Drag it onto what now?
Your bar on the combat tracker banner, bar banner, whatever. Or you can do it with your token. That well, just make sure your own, not someone. Done it. You will see it in the chat box and on your combat tracker map.
Yep.
And you can do the same, David.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the effects bar. I should
Top
be...
right, the effects button. It looks like I'm stumbling.
Ah, there we go.
Probably like what you looked like when you got caught by the dwarf. Oh, those proportions. I don't. That symbol always seems so weird to me. Like, look at it. Everything else seems like properly drawn, and then there's this shitty little person. Okay. It's been pretty long just because of all the things we've done, but I do want to take our 10-minute break. Sorry it's taken this long. I hope everyone's okay with it. For a good cause. So I will see you guys at 30 after, and like it's 19 for all of us right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
20.
It's 22 for me.
Oh, I have.
I just
I
synced
have,
mine up, so you're all
19.
wrong.
It's 19 and 45 seconds.
It is 19
Uh,
right now. I will see you guys at 30 after.
Okay,
I
Jacob.
gotta kind of wrap things up here.
Gotta leave early.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Happened
That's
last
unfortunate.
week.
Yep.
Gonna be regular.
Well, I was hoping that, we would end a little early, but or start a little earlier, but either way.
A regular thing. Have to right.
Okay. But yeah, it will be. It's 'cause I'm on Eastern time and it's about 10:30 p.m.
Guys, in 10 minutes.
All
right.
right.
See you, Jacob.
Good night, man.
You do the same.
I'm gonna have to murder a man for my own property. This is gonna suck.
Oh, hey, it doesn't suck as bad as losing your holdout item to pulling crap on strike checks repeatedly.
In
I'd
other
rather
news,
lose my gauntlet than my jacket.
Oh, like, where was that roll? Oh, there's a yeah. Or actually, even that would have been better than the friggin' whatever it was.
Hey, in case any of you guys are interested, I've got this really fancy hat that looks really nice. It's purple. Um, it's got feathers on it. It's very fancy. I mean,
I'll
you
give
would
you a gold
really,
for that hat.
you'd look very dapper in it.
Oh, hey, you're gonna take it and you're gonna give it back to Contrabar, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, the good thing is, Linalise is never unarmed. She has her teeth.
I won't settle for less than 3 gold. It was a hard one hat.
I mean, right now we're sleeping, so
Yeah.
you'd have to do this in character at some point.
It was a very hard one hat.
Uh,
'Cause I do still have this. Oh yeah, I attacked myself. I forgot to untarget myself. I do still have bite. Or yeah. Love that I roll a 1 and I still deal 7 damage.
God damn it. Uh, is it possible for you guys to start a little earlier?
Man, Jacob's not here, and I think he said we're gonna have that conversation another time.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking to see how you guys feel about it.
I mean, I personally can't
Yeah,
because,
this time slot works for everyone, I think, on the whole, aside from
like, I get off work at 3:30 my time. Gives me enough time to clean up, make some supper, and then I'm here.
yeah.
Okay.
And the session's supposed to go to 11. It's supposed to go a half hour longer than now.
I'll hang around to 11. Eleven's not a concern. I was concerned that this was gonna be like, I don't know, that he was gonna go through another whole day and that would be like another 2 hours.
All right.
Well, I think that some days are going to be faster than others. This was the first real day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I only
It
heard
happens.
Steven's last session or last sentence, and then I said a bunch of stuff after that. Uh, you did. There are some sessions where you're just gonna have like a day or two. That's definitely the case. You have other sessions where you go through like 5 or 6. 6 days is the most I think in a session. You guys have also like sessions with events in them, so you have to do that, or not sessions. You've had days with events in them. Like not every day is gonna have some big event going on that'll change things up. Sometimes it's just, oh, I need to get this done over the next. There'll be varying amounts of time that different actions take. Like I mean, come on, your daytime actions could have taken just as long as your nighttime did. Those went by pretty quick. Supposed to be down one at this time.
Huh? No.
Okay.
I could have sworn someone did say they were going to dip tonight. Or
Yeah,
dip
Alex
tonight.
said he was going to,
Oh right.
but he's still here.
Brr.
Back with a pork chop.
Mm.
How dare you? You
Pork
can't have pork
chops.
chops.
Okay.
Also been breaded. Has some cheese.
Oh, that sounds good. Sounds like a good chop.
Tastes pretty good.
You know, this is the one thing that sucks about Scald compared to Barbarian. If I was a Barbarian, I could have gone into a Rage as a free action and had a bonus to my strength. But
Yeah.
Scald, I have to be I have to be I have to be doing some sort of performance. I would have to be like singing, which would be kind of obvious.
Just imagine throwing out Viking hymns while you're trying to arm wrestle somebody.
Yeah, you know, I thought about it, but the other thing is I have to use a standard action to do it, to start it. It's not, so I would have to, basically, it wouldn't work.
Just a standard action to start it, right?
Yeah.
Could maintain it after the first round.
Yes. But I would have automatically lost an opposed strength check because I wouldn't have been making a strength check, right?
What is it to maintain it? Do to maintain.
Free.
So
Free action.
if it's free, couldn't you start at round 1? It for this check round 2, 3, and 4?
Yes, but but if I don't make a strength check in round 1, don't I just auto lose?
Might be able to set it before the contest even properly started.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes.
getting at.
Oh, okay.
Like join hands and then not immediately do it. Just be like, hold on one moment.
Or do it when he's
I need
laying
to
out the
cheat.
glass.
Yeah, I should have done that, but I didn't think I could. I didn't think of how to do it in it. So, well, such is life. I need to
Trying to
get
be
some.
honest today.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. Don't.
Oh, need to get some money from somewhere else.
Guys, ready
Another-
to start up the next day? That we're gonna let end on the day action.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm ready to start up the day.
Yeah. Drill.
Okay, cool. You guys have finished up your heel hauling chapter, and we ninth Desness. Today we will start with swabs. So let's get swabs to roll.
Get swabbing.
I got a 1. I don't know if that's good or bad. Wait. Hold on. I have a Lavina roll.
Yeah.
Did Lavina
David,
get demoted?
David,
No.
you're a ringer.
now.
I think there was a misunderstanding. Fine.
Is Rebecca back?
I mean, I never left.
Oh.
I've been here the whole time.
I
Like,
haven't
when
heard
it's
you,
like,
so
yeah,
I
you want
got
to start the next day? I'm just like, yay.
Look, all I saw was a D6 and I thought day tasks and I threw it out and
That's fair. Fair. So Dreek is being assigned repairing today. You're gonna be going around tearing out old boards and putting new ones in, sewing sails, splicing ropes together to make them last longer, that kind of thing. You can either give me profession, sailor, or dexterity.
Let me see.
Not gonna lie, active shipwright sounds like a pretty cool ship roll.
Profession, sailor. Ah, they're the same. I guess I'll just do a dexterity check.
What yeah, what's your action today?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So important, I'm gonna slightly adjust the names of the two right next to each.
At the quartermaster store, can you sell things or only buy things?
I guess you could find that out by now if you've been talking to people the last day. Yeah, you can buy and sell things.
You gonna try to sell Contrabar's hat?
That would be freaking awesome.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Oh god. Oh, that's awesome.
stole his hat and didn't even want it.
I feel bad for Contrabar.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Okay.
He was a
If you're
total
shopping,
dick.
give me your check at a -2.
Oh, hold on.
Poor guy just wants to get laid. Come on, people.
I mean, if he wanted that, he could probably already have it, but he just can't settle for one girl.
He's
That's
a
that's
bard.
enough.
That's what they do.
That is enough for you to do a great job at repairing today. Pretty good for a man who hasn't even been on this ship that long.
And I'm gonna sell his hat at the store.
Yeah, so you go to where you've been told the stories. You haven't been there. You have to go into the kitchen, which may or may not see Rebecca. I have no clue what her job is yet today, but you might see her in there working with Croup in the disgusting kitchen I've described. Then there's a door on the other side of it that you go into, and you come into like a very, very small room for you to walk in, and in that room there is a smaller room, a wooden divider with some iron bars and a door as well. Split this smaller room in half, and you see a half orc woman sitting at like a table, just like using a dagger to like carve something, a piece of wood.
Sweet.
She doesn't
And I
even like
say,
look up when you come.
are you in charge of the quartermaster store?
Looks up at you like extremely uninterested, and you see this like terrible looking half orc face. She has really long hair except for on like the left side of her head. It's like all shaved off. Then she has a bunch of really long teeth that definitely don't belong in her mouth. She has like multiple imperfections on her skin. She has this weird way that she shifts in place. Looks over at you. Once again, completely uninterested, and she says, "Was there something you were trying to sell in here? Looking to purchase something?"
And I say, I've got a beautiful hat for a beautiful lady like yourself.
You pull it out.
I whip it out, yeah.
Is that Contrabar's hat?
There
No,
goes.
of course it isn't.
She
I'm
like
gonna bluff her.
she like twists her head at you like, "Come on."
Of course not. I found it on the ship.
There's a knowing look in
And
her eyes.
finders keepers. I'm a pirate. Selling the hat.
And I can't buy that in good conscience.
So she's a pirate with a conscience.
More like I think she understands that if she gets caught with stolen goods, she gets keeled hauled.
Yeah, you stole the really, really obvious iconic hat that this gnome's been wearing around the boat.
I'm gonna try to bluff to convince her that there are more hats on board than just the one. Can I make a bluff check?
No. Die checks are for things that are possible. You're not going to convince this woman that this man shows up a few days ago with this one extremely iconic hat, and there happens to be multiple on this ship.
I'm good at bluffing.
No. Checks are there for things that are possible, not for you to do whatever you want.
You can't just roll net 20 and suplex the ship.
I was sold on the bluff until you gave me what the context for your bluff was.
Yeah, like you could have said like you won it off him, or you know, or something like
Yeah.
that. Like it's something that would have given you ownership of it, and you're like, oh yeah, I got this hat, I want to sell it now. Versus, oh no, it's just another hat. I just found it.
What?
Okay,
No,
wait,
this
wait,
isn't
wait.
the
Alright,
Mona
alright.
Lisa. It just looks exactly like it.
I bluff her by telling her that that he gave it to me.
Okay. Okay. You bluff for that.
Sweet.
You could believe that.
Yes.
Oh, if this works, I swear to God.
Statistically speaking, it worked, right? If I said it could work and he rolled an 18 out of the available 20 on that die side and it didn't work, means there was a very slim margin for him to succeed.
Yeah.
No, she just rolled a nat 20 on that sense motive.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That could happen.
Could.
She certainly would have to beat a 25 on sense motives.
Of all the people you'd want to be good at sense motive, the person running the quartermaster store would probably be one of the ones you'd want to be good at it.
That's a good point.
But it's not always the case, though, is it?
No, I was just saying, could definitely see a world where she was good at sense motive.
I mean, it's a 25 altogether.
Yeah, but say she's got like a +7 to her sense motive. She rolls like an 18 too.
Hey, bud. You're not gonna like this. You need to
There's
give me a
no way.
reroll with your charisma modifier. Because you danced.
Oh, he's got to add his his charisma.
Oh
You got
yeah.
to roll.
Yep.
Roll with your the bonus.
Got a
Plus
plus
three.
2.
So it's a plus. So you have the.
Oh, plus
Oh.
2,
And,
that's right.
and because you have to add numbers here, you got to re-roll it.
Which means you might end up lower despite having a higher modifier.
The margin for error is lower than the previous roll, though, so odds are in your favor.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Hold on, give me a second.
The image of the woman in front of you.
Oh man.
I did call her pretty.
A crack whore.
That's like one way
It
to
looks
put
like
it.
it looks like somebody. Oh well, cutthroat. Okay. Yeah, it looks like somebody cut her throat. Like she's got this whole big scar on her throat. I guess she survived having her throat cut.
I mean, if it managed to avoid slicing open her major arteries, is possible.
Oh, fuck.
And we live in a world of magic, so there's that too.
Yeah.
True.
Yep.
To be fair, as
Right.
long as you don't get your arteries cut, there's really nothing else in your neck.
That's very true.
Alright, so I have the +2 from dancing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I have
You
another
need the modifier.
+1.
You do
because I'm
not have another
trustworthy.
+1. The alcohol
Because of
buff
my-
only lasts for the nighttime action. Only 8.
But if you go into my racial traits and you look at trustworthy, I get +1 made to fool someone on bluff checks.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised you didn't have that built into your sheet. You have a +4 on your bluff right now for some reason. You know where you get all that from?
I'd have to double check. Hold on.
It might already be. You get a +2 from manipulative. Could have a +1 from trustworthy because that is to fool people, which is most of what bluff is. As far as I can tell, you don't have anything else that would give you modifiers, so it looks like it should be a +3 in there. Or +2 if you are doing the bluff questioning regularly.
I think it's all. That sounds like it's in there.
The proper modifier, unless you have something that's not immediately set to 4.
Oh, you're right.
+2 from manipulative, and then a +1 from trustworthy. I get why trustworthy gives you a +1 to bluff, but it's like ironic.
You have manipulative and trustworthy as the traits next to each other. And it's like, wait, what?
Well, manipulative is racial. The other one is a trait,
Oh.
so he's naturally manipulative.
Yeah, his race is manipulative.
He's trustworthy.
Supposedly.
Yeah, so give me.
Weird. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna
I just put it
adjust
to
that.
3, so we're assuming that on the bluff, because that's most of what you use bluff for. That's the normal. Just put a +2 modifier in your modifier box, and then
All right.
maybe you had another trait at some point that we had to replace or something like that.
Oh.
Not with a 12. He does not believe you.
Shit.
I guess you'll just have to have an awesome hat.
Yeah.
Until Contrabar gets it back. Dun dun dun.
Can I look at what she has to sell?
Can't actually see anything in there.
I
There's
mean,
some
like,
cabinets,
can I be like,
boxes.
do you have anything to sell me?
He has so much to sell you. You ask what you're looking for. You know what you're looking for?
Looking for some rope.
You don't even need to buy rope. I mean, you could buy rope, but you could definitely just get rope around here.
Really? All right.
There's literally like thousands of feet of it on this ship.
Okay, well, that's it for my turn. I'm picking up 50 feet of rope.
Okay. You have 50 feet of rope on you now. Feel free to go grab that from the items sidebar. I think that's the default thing of rope, isn't it? 50 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, go grab a thing of rope.
How come?
You have to drag the little brown box onto your inventory page.
I am very curious on as to just how valuable that hat is.
I don't know. Well, so I'm also very curious what my one is. For what Little Ace has to do.
You gotta man the bilges today.
Oh.
You
That's
gotta
a
go
poopy
pump
job.
out dirty ass water in the lowest level, below where you
Yeah.
guys sleep.
Yep, I kind of figured. Okay, so what do I need to roll for that one?
So strength check followed up by constitution check.
Oh, okay. Right. Any actual thing I want to do today? In the day. No
There's a
money.
few actions in there people haven't taken yet. You don't have an idea, that might be something. Try something new.
Yeah, I'm not very good at I'm not very good at perception. It's like sneak doesn't sneak and I'm definitely not gonna shirk. Doesn't sound like a good idea. I'm guessing I'm the only one in the villages.
No, you're definitely not.
Oh,
There's multiple
okay.
people down here pumping the build.
All right. Well, then let's
There's
see who
always
else
at
is in the
least two.
Okay. Well, who else is down here with me in the villages? Talk to some influence.
Cool. A very tall Mwangan woman. One of the people that seems to hang out with that dwarf.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Do I want to try to influence her, or do I want to just make sure I don't fail at bilge pumping? I guess actually I could technically still fail. Just be unlikely to fail. Honestly, I think I'll just work diligently. Just try to not fail this bilge thing task.
Fair. Which one are you using it on?
The it's a Constitution check, not a Constitution save.
Yes. That's different because there's no such thing as a constitution save.
What a fort save. Sorry.
Yeah, it's different. It's not a fortitude save. Constitution.
I'm gonna use it on the strength check. 'Cause I think the strength check's probably more important. But
Okay.
we'll see. Yeah. So let's
Strength.
Well, it's good that I did that.
Let's see your constitution. Okay.
Nice.
Literally is strong.
Do a better job. The woman down here with. But by the end of the day, there's more water down by a like sizable margin.
Oh joy.
Yeah, it's probably like I mean there's a chance you like know how much should be down here by the end of the day, but if you don't, woman in there tell you that this is
Yep. Was my 10 not sufficient? I guess the 10 was not enough. This one.
Or
Maybe.
you were, but the others weren't.
Oh.
So there's
your
that possibility.
your individual role is the important. Not going to punish him for other people.
Ah.
The first one you guys have done that's definitely higher than a 10. Once we've done all the jobs or close to all of them, here's the full information. I just want there to be some mystery the first time or two that you do the.
Oh poop. Tells me I'm gonna get whipped.
You are going to get whipped.
Oh no.
But before that, we'll be over to die rolls from.
Okay. Threes again. It's
Nice.
becoming a theme.
Lots of 3. You guys are both working in the upper rigging. Okay.
Hey.
That's climb checks followed up by.
All right. I'm gonna work diligently and add that to my climb.
Climb check.
Whew, that was close.
Very close. Do you want to give me your next check?
Yeah. Boom.
Nice.
Nice. Is anyone else working the upper rigging with us, or is it just us two?
I'm sure there are 6 different jobs you can guys have divided up by that many people. There might be. There's one other person.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
I'm curious who it was. I might influence, depending on who it is.
There aren't many options. Riggers are way less than your
That's true.
jobs. About a half dozen.
I think that is true.
That would. Yeah, that would be Big Rohadami man. Hangs out with that dwarf.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not too keen on those guys personally, so I think I'm just going to work diligently today. Add the bonus to my sailor check.
Okay.
So go climb first. There we go. +4 to Sailor. Where's my Sailor? There's my Sailor. Oh.
Nice. Very good today. Busy day,
wonder
but
if we
when you
can-
got a partner with you, job right, makes sense. Depending on what Rebecca job and her act guy is.
Hey. All right. Oh, whoops. 4.
Okay. This is new, related but new. Group is gonna have you go turtle hunting. Gonna give you a couple harpoons and a bunch of rope attached to them, and some nets, and probably like a treble hook. You're gonna go hunt
Gonna have
leatherback
some
turtles
turtle
because
fucking
you're a
soup.
monster.
Yep, gonna have some soup.
Oh no!
Alright.
Poor leatherback turtles.
It like specifically notes that too, so it's good to know there's only leatherback turtles in this region. That's a profession fisherman once again, or survival check.
Alright.
That-
And
Um, Before you do that, I would like you to roll me a percentile die.
alright. You stop doing okay, there we go.
I have some
Suddenly
new.
get attacked by Sahwagan.
No. Okay, cool. What's
Was
your
that another
action gonna be? It
54? Wasn't my last one a 54 too?
was a 58, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
58.
Alright. Well, I guess I will
Survival check.
oh yeah, do that survival check. I was more thinking like the daytime ship action I'd taken alongside it.
Survival's pretty good. You probably don't work diligently.
Yeah. I'll probably just try and influence my boss a bit more, Ambrose.
Okay. You killed so many leatherback sea turtles today.
It's so evil.
That's like as serious as I could say it.
Yeah.
And she
You should be
suddenly
proud of yourself, Rebecca.
Oh,
Maybe- maybe-
quite proud of herself, like as she's like cleaning up the shell, like getting everything, all the turtles like scraped off the top. She's probably gonna like put it on her head and see if she can wear it as a hat.
I mean, you could have phrased it like she caught just like some really big ones, and then she didn't have to like murder so many
No, volume, man.
to have the volume.
Quality
And
is
so-
not more important than quantity.
And so we watch as Rebecca slowly turns her alignment into chaotic evil.
Oh no! And the worst part is, she has to slaughter them, which means she's like picking, she's like picking up turtles, like slamming them into the deck as she gets above deck.
Oh god.
Violent.
Okay.
Like she
Yeah,
was
'cause
doing that with the fish too. Just like, oh hey, fish, smack, 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 and it's dead. All right, next
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that's part of how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I just
Okay.
imagine the entire crew looking on in horror as she just starts body
Don't think-
slamming turtles against the side of the boat.
Don't think
We-
everyone looks on in horror. It is a food item, and
Yeah.
we are pirates. But
There's
to,
the
like-
standards, my dude.
Yeah,
Standards.
it's food. That's what your standard should be for this creature. They're food. The only
Yeah.
reason we have
Protect the
anything different
turtles.
than that is because we have a different world with different knowledge.
There needs to be a Pathfinder equivalent of PETA.
no, there really doesn't.
They're called druids.
Druids. They're like,
Okay.
there needs to be a Pathfinder equivalent of Peter. I just had to say, like, are you for real? There's an entire character class for it.
There's
Druids,
multiple. There's also
hunters,
shifter and hunter.
rangers, shamans, all of them. Like 6 of them.
Okay.
So we will leave the session off with that image of Rebecca beating a sea turtle. I think that's a good place to finish.
Hey, there's an
All
archetype
right.
of cavalier that cares about animals too. Like, there's a ton of them.
Hey, you said you have someone who does commission pieces, right, Steven?
Yes.
You should talk to him about getting one of like Rebecca killing a sea turtle.
That'd be great.
Sure. I'm not gonna pay for that one.
I'm just curious what the answer would be. No guarantees
Pretty
I'll
sure
pay for
they-
it, but if
I'm
the
pretty
answer is
sure
yes,
they'd do
there's a
it.
chance.
Look, if you can find the artist and it's not an unreasonable price, I'll pay for it. Because this
Well,
needs to happen.
I mean, strictly speaking, if I was to pay for it, it would cost less than if anyone else was to pay for it. But
Fair.
if we were to do it that way, basically what would happen is I would ask people to send me the money that I'd then send to them.
Okay with that?
Sounds good. I need to see this. I need to immortalize
Uh,
the scene.
I'm just gonna point out that this is also gonna take time because there's other things in the queue
Yeah,
for that,
yeah,
and I would have to ask if they'd be up to do that. 'cause
yeah,
that's
yeah. We
not
don't even
normal
know if it's gonna
content.
happen.
Well, I had fun. I just seems my my rolling was not great tonight. Elise did not have really good rolls, and she's lost items and is now gonna get whipped for the bilges.
To be
Yay.
honest, I feel like it was rough just across the board. Like there was some good rolls, but there were still some bad ones. But you know what? That's part of what makes the story fun, right? If they were all good, they'd all be average.
Yeah, the tricky bit is now I'm essentially unsure how the heck I'm supposed to actually get Linelise on her feet on the ship because she has no weapon. She doesn't have her weapon anymore. She has nothing she can wager. Okay, there is something she can wager, but the something that she can wager is like not necessarily the most appropriate content. I guess those are technically still allowed to be wagered.
If you can find someone willing to do it, but I'll tell you right now, I'm not running that kind of game, so no. I'm sure some of these pirates would, but no. That's not something I'm interested in exploring.
I wasn't saying that I necessarily wanted to. I was merely
I just
brainstorming
wanted to
of,
make
like,
sure that everyone knew it wasn't an option. You don't need to explain yourself.
Okay.
Darn it. My master plan foiled.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's one guy, but like,
Don't
I
think
don't
there's too many
know.
people who want to sleep with Lavina.
Yeah, it's
on
not
the ship.
happening. Okay, there's people that would be willing to do it. It's not happening.
Yeah. There's people. There's definitely someone on the ship who'd be interested in.
Hey, Captain Kuma, we're using a program called Fantasy Grounds Unity, FGU. Get a copy of it or go look it up at fantasygrounds.com or on Steam. I have an app.
What I meant to say was, even though I didn't roll very well for Linelise, I like how she's playing in this game a lot better than I liked how it was going with Miss Endel. So I'm glad I changed characters.
I apologize. I muted.
It's fine.
Wow, everyone stopped talking right when I did. That's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah. Thanks for letting me change the characters, Jacob. I appreciate it, and I definitely like what I made here. I like
felt like
how she's playing out.
even when we were doing intense stuff, it felt like you were having more fun. Glad to see we.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to. Miss Endel will return at some point in some game. This just didn't turn out to be. Also, I think her build might be fun, and I might. But the concept of Miss Endel will return in another game. I really liked her character concept too.
Hey, I look forward to seeing where you put her.
Oh,
Next week.
it was fun.
I have realized that